Olympic hero Kurt Angle, and you're listening to the We Are Wrestling podcast.
Yo, listen, this is the best Wrestler Alive Platinum match, and you're listening to the We Are Wrestling podcast.
Hey everybody, Eric Bischoff here, and you are listening to We Are Wrestling podcast.
Hello everyone, this is Nunzio, former WWE Cruiserweight Champion, and you're watching We Are Wrestling podcast.
We Are Wrestling podcast. Check them out, man.
Stay tuned, listen to the podcast. Best one, Donnie might teach you a thing or two.
Wrestling. And if you don't listen to it, then it's one-on-one with The Undertaker.
Featuring your host, Best One Dog, Danny Huckins, Ring Service, and Dan Eddy. We are wrestling.
What is up? We are Wrestling Maniacs out there worldwide. I'm the host with the most, Mr. We Are Wrestling himself, the best one, Donnie, here with...
What's up, guys? Dan Eddy, hopping in. Well, where's the other Danny at?
Yeah, where the hell is other Danny at? Always so unprepared. And if there's anybody this week that should be unprepared, it's this guy right here. Because I was sick all weekend, but luckily... we're about 90% better, which is perfect timing because we are live every Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, except for the last 2 weeks in December. And there he is. Where the hell were you, Danny?
I had to let my wife into the house, and I had to put a show on for the kiddos.
Such a good dad.
You're such a good dad. Father of the year. But guys... we are alive. If you're not a We Are Wrestling Maniac, you already, and you're listening to this episode wherever you get your podcast, Apple, Spotify, Google, wherever, leave us a 5-star review, not just any review, a best one review, and download this episode and all the other episodes, and give us a follow. But if you're not a We Are Wrestling Maniac, you're already over on the YouTube channel where you can catch these episodes live every Wednesday, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you're not a part of the thousands of subscribers. We recommend you guys to hit that subscribe button now, turn on the post notifications. Videos be coming out of nowhere like an RKO. And of course, you already know the grind is real.
Yes, sir.
So how's everybody doing today, man?
How is everybody doing today? We got a lot of maniacs here in the live chat. We got Destry. We got We Are Wrestling member Bradley in here. We got Alex Johnson. What's up? I'll always be a We Are Wrestling maniac. Oh, we know. We got Josh Toy Show in here. Not saying what's up to Danny. Oh, yeah, he did say what's up to Danny. And we got even Dan here. Dan the Man, who I'm going to catch up with this Saturday at Blitzkrieg Pro in Enfield.
So many Dans.
John Cena final match. But how was your guys' week?
My week was good, man. I streamed Raw Monday. I thought it was a pretty good night. Outside of that, just hanging around. It's cold, so I'm one of those people I hibernate during the winter. I don't like going out anywhere.
Are you sure it's just winter, or is it all year round?
No, it's just winter because during the summer I go out. I go to beaches and stuff like that. But during the winter, man, like even when I was a kid, I never liked the snow. I don't like being cold. Like my house has to be between 70 and 80, during the winter time. Like I do not like having any kind of cold near me. So
you don't do you sleep with a fan?
What? I do not. I don't own a fan.
What?
I also do not put ice cubes in my drinks. I don't like cold. I drink my soda literally out of the case.
So you're telling me you sleep in a sauna?
I tried to.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I sleep in sweatpants.
Dan Eddy, do you
and
use
I
a
sleep
fan?
in hoodies too.
Do you use a fan, Dan? You there? He looks like the Undertaker right now.
My God, man.
Man, what is going on here? I'm the sick one. Yet everything's working out good for me for once.
I can't tell if he's looking down or if he's just like
I don't know what's going on with him. I think he froze.
I'm trying to see if the dog moves. Oh,
All right. Well, he'll probably reboot. He'll be back. Something must have happened. Yeah, I think his connection or something happened.
That's what happens when you're live, bro.
Anything can happen when you're live, which usually 95% of the time we are live. I sleep a fan on all year long. Me too, Bradley. Me too.
What?
I have to.
One thing, there's one weird thing that I do when I'm
here's the
sleeping.
crazy thing. If you guys don't watch the vlogs, that's the crazy thing about it too. I bring my little fan with me every convention, every time I leave this house, comes with me no matter where I go. I need a fan.
He said his computer crashed.
I knew it.
There's one thing about me is unless the TV's on, I can't sleep. Like,
I have to have the TV. I have to have the TV too.
You know, like my wife will shut the TV off at night. Like if I'm passed out, and the minute the TV goes off, I'm wide awake.
The Undertaker dong. I feel so much better because over the weekend, I was miserable. My throat was hurting me. Started on Thursday, the day after we recorded our live pod. And then, because it was just very sharp pain, I was waking up in the middle of the night with really sharp pain in the throat. This is not my first time having strep, but Friday, went to the doctors, pretty much confirmed it, got on the antibiotics, and yeah, I am feeling great now, not contagious anymore. And honestly, perfect timing. It couldn't have happened at a better time because usually 99% of the time, I am always busy doing something, and I had nothing planned over the weekend, so kind of worked out, and I did watch some NXT, which I know we're going to talk about in just a moment, so I'm excited about that.
Yeah, man. NXT Deadline. If you guys haven't watched it yet, I recommend you guys definitely make it a priority. That show blew Survivor Series out of the fucking water. There's not even
Blew it out of the
any
water.
comparison. There's not even any comparison.
I can't even put the two in the same sentence. But real quick, before Dan Eddy comes back, I do want to let the We Are Wrestling Maniacs know that we are doing something special for next week's episode of the We Are Wrestling podcast, which will be our last live episode of the year, because we're going to do a whole episode dedicated to the GOAT, the greatest of all time, the Never Seen 17, John friggin' Cena. And we're going to be doing a whole show talking about the entire farewell tour. We're also going to be putting over his entire run, because we only did put over the Thugonomics Cena, which we are going to post that clip sometime later in the week. But with the John Cena farewell thing, we're also going to be doing a live watch along here on the channel Saturday night as well. And what we're trying to do is, I want to make a special compilation video, which I've already contacted lots of people for, but I want the We Are Wrestling Maniacs involved with this little project. And that is why we are asking you guys, if you want to be a part of this, you want to share your favorite moments, favorite matches, favorite memories of John Cena, you can submit your video to wearewrestlingbrand@gmail.com. And the deadline is Sunday, December 14th. So if you guys do want to get your video submitted and you want to get your video in, you have until this very Sunday to do it. And it's going to be a really awesome video, and I cannot wait to put it together. I want all the Maniacs to get together and put this video together.
We should reiterate, that way people don't get a little bit confused, whatever.
2 minutes or less.
Next week will be our last live episode, but we're going to have 2 pre-recorded episodes for the holiday season or whatever. So you are going to be getting 2 other podcasts before the year is finished.
That's right. We got the schedule all set, which we talked about last week on the show, which on the 24th, Christmas Eve, these pre-recorded episodes will air 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just like a normal live episode of the pod. So you can watch it during the premium time. But we will be doing a Christmas special and just talk about some of our favorite wrestling memories.
Look at what James All-Day posted.
Let's see.
Oh, wow.
Jeff Garcia, who used to voice. No!
Damn. Now I want to watch Jimmy
Are
Neutron.
you kidding me?
We gotta search this up, man.
Oh my God, I'm so sad. Wow, my condolences to his family first and foremost. That is sad. Like, I was hoping I was gonna get the opportunity to meet him, like at a Rhode Island Comic Con or something. Especially
He
now that
passed
we got the
away-
Jimmy Neutron pops.
He passed
That
away
is
December
sad.
10th. He passed
Wow,
away today.
that's insane.
Yeah, today's 10.
Man, life's too short. Life is too freaking short.
He died from
Yeah.
a collapsed lung at the age of 48. He was hospitalized with pneumonia and recently been recovering from a fall, a stroke, and a cerebral aneurysm.
Oh my God, that's
48 years
Damn.
old, man.
especially
Damn.
especially with like 15 days until Christmas too. Damn. My condolences. Wow. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I know
But,
you're a big Jimmy Neutron fan.
I am.
mean,
I'm
that's crazy.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked by the news. Like, that's one thing I love to do, like outside of the pro wrestling sphere. I love watching like old school Nickelodeon cartoons.
Oh, hell yeah,
Jimmy
dude. I've been on it
Neutron
the last
is
few days,
one of my
actually.
favorite friggin' shows. The SpongeBob movie that's coming out in nine days. I am so excited about the movie.
You probably
I'm
got tickets for the IMAX, don't you?
I haven't yet, but I'm gonna probably get my Regal ticket probably after we get off live. I've been getting the Burger King toys though. I got plenty of them on my desk.
Oh, hell yeah.
Getting the little kid meals there.
Nice.
Yeah, but
Yeah. I've been watching Nickelodeon too the last couple days, so that's funny.
hell yeah. But how is your week going, Dan? Besides me being sick and Daddy,
You're
just
back from
spending a lot
the
of time.
dead. Your computer froze and you were just looking down. We
I
all
knew
thought
it
you, like,
crashed,
died
dude.
in
When
the
I saw
chair.
you looking down, I was like,
Yeah.
this thing crashed.
All of a sudden, I heard my headphones go do like they were being disconnected. And I was like, "Wait, what the fuck?"
Oh,
And
he
I was
just
looking
posted
in,
better.
and you guys were still the same. I was like, "What the hell? What's going on?" So yeah, I just had to restart my computer. But
Yeah, we thought you
outside
died
of
in the
that,
chair.
my week has been okay. I've been working a lot, and it's just been when I'm actually having time to relax. I've been watching Nickelodeon, like Keegan and Kel and Hey Arnold was my shit.
Love it. Love it.
Rugrats. So
Music's
I've been
my
watching that a
ears.
lot, and watch my Packers beat the living shit out of the Bears. So I'm
Thank
excited.
you fucking cheesehead, because the Rams are number one again. What better
For
way?
now.
I'm feeling better after being sick over the weekend. Rams are number one. My Brooklyn Nets are still sucking, so we're tanking for that number one draft pick. Life is great, and then Christmas is.
You guys
right around
lost to the
the corner.
Bucks earlier this year. So,
Oh, dude,
but,
we've been
yeah.
losing everybody this year.
I'm so out of the loop because I don't think I've ever watched a football game in my life. I hope you guys talk about football and not basketball.
Yeah, we're talking about. Well, it was a mixture of the two just now, but yeah,
a little bit. but
basketball, football.
Yeah.
Brooklyn Nets is basketball.
But I still remember that episode of Kenan and Kel where the fucking Kel goes to make a can of tuna and the screw gets in
Aye!
his throat.
Chop the screw in the tuna. We're still pros, right?
Fantastic.
Dude, nothing beats old school Nickelodeon, especially the game shows.
Dude.
Especially
I
the
think
game
I don't know how old I was, but I was bawling that episode when they split and Keenan's family moved to, I think it was Montana, when his dad got that park ranger drive job.
Yeah.
I cried, dude. Like I was heartbroken. But yeah.
So before we get into our regular programming, real quick, usually I talk about my wrestling figure stuff over on my toy channel, Best One Donnie, but I want to give a shout out to Hastel Toys. Mitch, who is actually a listener of the We Are Wrestling podcast, loves the over thing that I be doing, even though I can't do it to my full capacity this week. But I got to give him a shout out because he has these brand new figures that scale well with your WWE Mattels and your AEW Jazzware figures. And this is a new line he's doing called Regiums, because most of his like figures that he does, because he's an independent toy maker, a lot of the times he's doing things that are going back to the like early 90s with the Hasbros, like the little figures from back in the day. But he's trying to do more modern figures, scaling with the Mattels, filling in holes that Mattel can't do. And he actually gave me these Godwin figures pretty early to review, which this video will probably be up tonight on the Toy Channel. But I do want to just thank Mitch and the entire Hasdale team for sending me these figures early.
Hell yeah.
Gotta love the good old Godwins. Maybe we'll put them over someday. All right. Well, with that being said, now let's get into
I don't know who they are, so that'd be a good idea.
The We Are Wrestling power of the poll. And of course, with John Cena's farewell, we're asking you guys John Cena questions pretty much for the remainder of the year, except the Christmas special. And we asked you guys, what's your favorite move from the 5 moves of doom? Which, if you guys didn't see the Survivor Series watch along, my buddy Will, the Thrill, had no idea what the 5 moves of doom was, and when I told him about it, he was crying. He lost it. But here we go. Let's find out what the Maniacs think is the best 5 move of doom. And, of course, the attitude adjustment wins by a landslide. 64% of you guys picked it, while 18% picked the 5-knuckle shuffle, 10% picked the STF, and only 8% picked the leg drop off the top rope. How do we feel about this, guys? Do we agree with the Maniacs on this one? Oh, wait, what the hell's going on? Whoa, we're having some technical difficulties. Ah!
Glad not the only one.
There we go. All right. Do we agree with the Maniacs on this?
Yeah. The attitude adjustment, it's his finisher, so obviously that's gonna be, the favorite out of any of them. Yeah, I agree.
I'm a little surprised on the margins between the attitude adjustment and the 5-knuckle shuffle. I thought maybe the 18% would be a little bit more than that.
Me too.
But what's the third and fourth, STFU and the leg sweep?
The leg drop.
Leg drop.
Leg drop, my bad. Yeah, those two should have been last, which they are. But yeah, I agree with the winner as well. That's probably, you can argue that's John Cena's most famous move, even more than a 5-knuckle shuffle. Even though other wrestlers do the "you can't see me."
People go crazy for the STF for the 5-knuckle shuffle though. So
yeah.
Man, I agree with the attitude adjustment, and it's one of those simple wrestling moves that works so good for him, and it's such a good finisher. But I feel I agree with Dan Eddy though. Also, I feel the 5-knuckle shuffle should have got a little bit more love. 18% is not enough. Not enough. Now, I don't blame people for picking the leg drop being 8%. I really just couldn't come up with I feel the 3 best moves are 5-knuckle shuffle, STF, and attitude adjustment.
Yeah, they got the order right. Just margins could have been a little bit give more love. Yeah.
I will say of all the moves though, having the FU and then just renaming it to the attitude adjustment, I feel the name change right there, they're both names are both iconic.
The apple juice adjustment.
Yeah, and I was surprised. We actually, if you guys don't follow We Are Wrestling over on our social media pages, we like to post clips from other podcasts and interviews and stuff. And we actually shared the origin, what the FU meant. And John Cena actually shared it on a recent podcast over the week, saying he was inspired to make the move the FU because it was similar to Brock Lesnar's F5, which I thought was kind of cool. And then he changed it to attitude adjustment because his attitude changed through the years. So it kind of had that purpose and that meaning, which I think everything John Cena does has that, which is something I do love and appreciate about him.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I think even without him trying, he's doing some sort of fan service to all of us.
Oh, of course.
We've always appreciated it. So, yeah.
Because he knows without the fans, there's no product. And that's one thing that John Cena, he will always go to bat for. But James All Day here in the live chat, who remembers when the AA was the FU? The move was a parody of the F5 from Brock Lesnar. Pretty much.
There you go.
But guys, if you want to vote on next week's Power of the Poll, which, oh man, we have a special episode next week, which I hope you guys really submit. videos to wearewrestlingbrand@gmail.com because I want you guys to be a part of this tribute video. Next week's Power of the Poll. This is the debate that's been happening for over 20 plus years with John Cena's career. What theme is better? The basics of thugonomics, word life, or the time is now? This has been a debate for years, and we're going to put it to rest next week on our special episode of the We Are Wrestling podcast.
Yeah.
And we do want to update you guys as well, which I know, Danny, you talked about this a little bit earlier in the pod, but we got a little bit more people here to say this. So next week will be our last live episode of the year 2025, because of course we like to record our pods every Wednesday, and with Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, we do have families, we do have responsibilities going on, and we want to spend the holidays with our families. So we all decided that we're going to do 2 taped episodes for the Christmas Eve one, which these taped episodes will air 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, like a normal live episode of the pod. We're going to do a Christmas special and really get you guys in the Christmas spirit. And this was Danny's idea, which a lot of the times I disagree with a lot of the shit he says, but I actually like the Christmas idea. And with New Year's Eve, we're going to do our 2nd annual We Are Wrestling Awards, which the categories and everything will be posted this Friday in the afternoon. And you guys will have plenty of time to vote.
So make sure you guys come up with some of your best or your favorite Christmas segments for the Christmas episode, and leave those in the comment section, man. Like I feel like WWE has had a lot of like iconic Christmas moments. You know what I mean? From Steve Austin stunning Santa Claus to Mick Foley dressing up as Santa Claus in Afghanistan. Like there's just been so many moments.
Oh, for sure.
I'm looking forward to this episode, man, more than any one that we've done so far.
I'm excited
because
I'm actually really excited about it because we talk about a lot of the wrestling news, a lot of the modern stuff going on, which is why I love the Getting Put Over segment, because we can kind of take a break from it. And with the Christmas episode, we're not going to have to talk about, what the hell did Tony Khan do this time? Or TKO and Triple H, they're being greedy with this place or that thing. Like, we could actually get to look back, talk about some of the nostalgia, maybe even talk about some of the Christmas gifts we got that was like wrestling related as well. I feel like it's going to be such a fun episode.
I can't wait.
Yeah, me too.
And then next week's live episode, the last one of the year, we have to go with a bang. And we'll talk about the weekly news and stuff on Tuesday or Thursday in a We Are Wrestling podcast extra, which will probably be live. But our regular flagship show every Wednesday with the We Are Wrestling pod, we're going to talk about the entire farewell tour for John Cena. And we're going to really talk about Cena here and really just relive our nostalgic memories, because it's going to be all over after Saturday. And I think what better way than to dedicate a whole episode to John Cena. Our Getting Put Over next week is going to be John Cena's entire run, which we did do Thugonomics a little while back, but we're going to do his whole run for the Getting Put Over. And yes, James, I think we're all going to be tearing up for Saturday. It's
Donnie.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you have it in the weekly news and rumors, but he recently just signed a new WWE deal worth 5 years.
I don't have that. A lot of the Cena news I'm holding off on until next week's show to kind of talk about that. Because, of course, like, we're going to go over, like, the farewell tour and everything, and then I figured after that we can kind of talk about, like, his, like, ambassador role, like, what we think is going to happen with him being an ambassador rather than an in-ring performer. So I thought it would be, like, because we do have one Cena topic that we are going to talk about in the weekly news and rumors, but definitely good looks on that.
We're all going to be live watching the show. I'm sure, Dan Eddy will be joining Donnie and all them, unless Donnie's going to be like, having a bunch of people over or whatever.
I'm not, surprisingly. So if Dan Eddy, you're free on Saturday, man, we can watch the Cena thing if you're down.
Okay.
Totally
and
up
then,
to you.
I'll be live on my channel, whatever. So, feel free to, if you want people to watch the show with, man, hang out with us.
Hell yeah. Like, grab your phone. You can watch We Are Wrestling. And then you can grab, like, your computer. You can put on Danny's stream. And then you can have a TV. And then, of course, you got to have your box of tissues, of course.
And then have Danny on mute and watch our stream.
Hey, man. The thing about me,
I can't even argue that.
the thing about me is you guys don't go live until about 15 minutes before the show starts. I go live like almost a full hour and a half before the show starts.
So there you go. You get to spend an hour not watching the show with Danny and just shoot the shit and fuck with him, and then you can come hang out with us during the show. But Danny loves you guys so much that like he goes on an hour before. That's
all good fun. He actually has some awesome streams. I've been a part of them.
That's 'cause,
plenty of times.
I love the streams. I love fucking with him, but then he fucking ignores me half the time.
I get asked why I do that a lot, and it's just because like when you're watching.
Oh yeah,
the show,
Dad. Hell yeah.
When you're watching the show, it's hard to answer questions or whatever. So I always like to go on and before the show begins. That way we can just chit chat and shit.
Dude, I wish I could do that.
I can't stand these streamers that they're like that don't go live until like 8 o'clock when the show begins. It's like
I try to go 15 minutes at least before, because like time for me is like I'm always like on crunch time, and I'm always
on Saturday.
I'm always late.
Yeah, especially with me too, handling this equipment. Like my computer just crashed like 15 minutes ago, and when I had the stream, like you watched the stream, Donnie, when you were you guys were camping, and I had to restart it like 2 or 3 fucking times.
I know the first time we ever had we had 2 different like things. Yeah, I remember that. That was stressful. But yeah, so then with the pre-taped episode, we do have our Christmas that will be on Christmas Eve, and then New Year's Eve will be our We Are Wrestling Awards. So all the categories will be coming out Friday, so you guys will have some time to vote, probably a couple weeks, because we are going to tape it at a certain point where we've been planning it. But a couple things as well to talk about. We do have a couple vlogs up on the We Are Wrestling YouTube channel. We have my first ever House of Glory show, getting a selfie with Mercedes Moné, making Rage jealous. And then, of course, big event New York. This vlog, you guys are really killing it right now with the views and the algorithm. So we do appreciate that. And they're already announcing people for March, which I'm excited.
Yeah, Jamie Hayter just got announced.
Yes, I'm excited because the cool thing about Jamie Hayter is I have 3 Australian United Kingdom edition figures. And they're like 1 of 1,000, 1 of 2,000, 1 of 3,000. So I have my Will Ospreay signed. That's 1 of 3,000. Timeless Tony Storm, which is the Australian edition, 1 of 2,000 autographed. Now I'm going to be able to get Jamie Hayter's 1 of 1,000. So I'm excited.
That's what's up.
And then also Bound for Glory, which, hey, TNA got the deal. So if you want to see what TNA is up to and what they're all about, if it's worth watching, check out this vlog. Very good vlog. And then, of course, always have to advertise.
Dude, every time I see that picture, it just brings back when I watched it. It's so fucking hilarious.
It's so good. But yes, Rod Buddy is a huge WWE mark, and he went to his very first independent show. And I will continue to advertise this. Like, this might, like, we're never going to stop, like, advertising this. This is too good. It's such a good vlog. Oh man, but look at that. We got some love here from We Are Wrestling Maniac. We got Prime here in the live chat. I like the selfie with Cena. He says, "Hello, best one, Donnie. Watching from Miami, Arizona. I've been following your channel for over a year. I really enjoy your interactions, meeting wrestlers at the events. Keep up the great work. Appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you so much for that. Seriously." And that's the thing, like, and that's the thing too, like, when it comes to these like events and like the vlogs that we do like with the conventions and stuff, I always want to give you guys that interaction because I know meeting wrestlers is very expensive. A lot of people really like don't get the opportunity to, because a lot of the times you could live in a small state or like a small city like Dan Eddy, where wrestlers don't really come around often. So
yeah, there was one just like last 2 months ago, but other than that, yeah, it's not entirely often.
But like being like where we are, like where Danny and I are, like we get a lot of opportunities with like bringing in like big names and like conventions and shows. So I always want to give the Maniacs, I want to give you guys that experience the best I can.
I mean,
to an extent,
the wrestling classics just sort of started around here, a couple years ago. But like, you should also reiterate that a lot of the times when you go to these conventions, you're driving out to New York City, like, 2-3 hours away, Boston, stuff like that. So
Grind is real.
There is some travel involved, so your support for the channels definitely goes a long way.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Josh Toy Show, can't wait to see you in March as well. Dan Gulak, that guy was hilarious during the Blitzkrieg show. Rod Buddy, man, he's the GOAT. We Are Wrestling's #1. Please screenshot that, Alex, and send that to me.
I think he screenshot and send it to me in a DM on
All right, well, you
Instagram.
need to send that to me. We need to get that up. We need to show some love to the Maniacs. Always and forever. But with that being said, let's get into our We Are Wrestling podcast highlight of the week. And I will say it's been a pretty fun week as a wrestling fan. Like, I've been sick, so I've been watching a lot of wrestling. What's got to be your highlight this week?
I had one in my head or whatever, but like, so I have two. I have no idea which one to pick from. It was Obafemi winning, beating Ricky Saints at Deadline, meaning he's going to be facing Cody Rhodes on Saturday. But also, I mean, you can't leave my guy Javon fucking Evans out winning the Iron Survivor Challenge. I mean, come on, bro.
Dude, they need to make that a thing on Survivor Series.
That just catapulted him into
so
stardom.
good, bro.
It's crazy.
So, I mean, those
my
are the
highlight,
who I can't pick.
I think mine would have to be, Donnie, you were saying that this was a great week for wrestling fans. I was going to note that it's great for newer fans and the older fans because the Usos are back in the tag team division. And that I'm excited for because they kind of helped the whole Jay crash out part. They kind of like kind of ended that. And then also it's like revitalizing things, reviving whatever the word is, bringing it back to life, the tag team division in Raw, especially.
Absolutely.
They desperately needed it. Although I do like AJ Styles and Dragon Lee as tag team champs, and I hope they keep those for a while. But I mean, ultimately, AJ Styles is going to retire next year, so they're going to be dropping it relatively soon or later on. But yeah, hopefully, the Usos coming back is more like a good start to the new beginning.
Before I share my highlight of the week, I love you, Alex Johnson. Like, I don't know where We Are Wrestling would be without your comments sometimes, but Alex Johnson in the live chat. My wrestling highlight of the week is how good Liv Morgan looked on Raw on Monday night.
It's going to be an issue for Saturday for different reasons.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
Alex Johnson might not watch Saturday night's main event because Liv Morgan's not on the card.
No.
But so Ruka is. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, but he likes Liv Morgan. I can imagine
know.
what Alex's room looks like, man. Like you can't even see any walls. It's just pictures of Liv Morgan's face.
Liv Morgan posters, all that good stuff. Wrestling figures, all that fun stuff. But my highlight of the week, I really, really got to give it up to NXT Deadline. I really enjoyed the show from start to finish. And it made me get my mind off being sick with a sore throat. And I just love the Iron Survivor match. Always enjoyed the concept, but I thought both matches were really good. And it makes me wonder, why are we still doing war games? Bring on the Iron Survivor matches to Survivor Series, man. They're so good, especially when you put high flyers in there like Javon Evans and Leon Slater. It's so entertaining.
I kind of feel like how they should do it is they should rotate every year. One year have war games, 1 year have war games, 1 year have a traditional, 1 year have Iron Survivor.
Yeah, you got to switch it up. But I just don't think the war games concept really works in the WWE because I think the AEW Blood and Guts is better than the war games.
I feel like they want to keep
more
it
violence.
I feel like they want to keep it because of the ties of Dusty Rhodes. He's the one that created the match or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they
That's
want
to, part of it, yeah.
And they want to keep it because it was successful for quite a while. But I think the reason why it's not as successful as it is because the AEW Blood and Guts, especially the women this past year. Yeah, when I watch the WWE one, it's I feel like they're wrestling each other in a ball pit.
I think so too. I know we're not going on a tangent about this, but I wanted to add with the whole traditional Survivor Series, like Raw versus SmackDown, there's not a whole like huge rivalry with people between the two brands. So that's the whole idea of War Games, where they have these individual storylines and then they put them together for the specific PLE, and that's why I feel like they stick around with it, because you don't have the whole Becky Lynch and then Nia Jax segment every week. You don't have that kind of rivalry. Whereas, because like, for example, Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes shows up on both brands, but he really only rivals with Drew McIntyre. So with that aspect, they don't have the two brands actually going at it, which is, I feel like it's stupid, by the way. And two, which is why the War Games is sticking around. Sad.
We need a brand split so fucking bad. And if you're going to have a brand split, you keep the guys that are drafted to SmackDown on the blue brand, and you keep the people that are repping red on the Raw brand.
The funny thing is, we do have a brand split. That's the funny thing about it.
Yeah, literally have 2 different days for their respective TV airing. And make it a triple threat and add NXT. You were just talking about that earlier in the chat, Danny. Even with the women's division, that thing is fucking stacked. And the men's, Javon Evans, he's 21 years old. He's catapulted into stardom with the Iron Survivor Challenge. And Ricky Saints just came out. He had a terrific match. Well, he kind of got his ass beat by Obafemi, but it was still a great match. Like, he just came by, like, what was it, 3-4 months ago? No, it was in February, right?
I will say that's also another thing I want to talk about too. When I was watching the match between Obafemi and Ricky Saints, I really, really enjoyed it from start to finish. And the reason why, it had Shawn Michaels producing written all over it. Because if there was anybody in the wrestling business that made you believe in a smaller performer going against a bigger gentleman, it was Shawn freaking Michaels. And you could just tell by the match, like with Ricky working on the arm of Obafemi, like there was so much psychology that was involved in that match from start to finish. Yeah. And I feel like AEW could take notes from it. TNA could take notes, and even Triple H. Like, I thought Triple H is like, sometimes like he makes the smaller guys a little bit unbelievable. Shawn Michaels made Ricky believable that he could actually defeat Obafemi. Like, that's one thing I really appreciate in that match.
I look at Obafemi as like another Gunther. Like, Gunther's like a big guy, but he works really well with small performers. Like, we've seen it with his match against Carmelo Hayes, his match against Javon Evans. Like, Obafemi is another guy that's a bigger guy, but he works really well with smaller talent. You know, he can like drive home the entire story surrounding the match and make it believable. Like, you know, like, I'm bigger than this guy, but he's kicking my ass right now. You know what I mean? Like,
I love his character work.
Obafemi is phenomenal.
He's growing so much more on me every single week. I've always been invested, but I'm invested right now.
I'm invested too. That match to me felt like watching a modern day Rocky IV. Like, it had that sort of vibe to it, because it was Ivan Drago versus Rocky Balboa, which the outcome wasn't the same because, like, in this case, Drago won with Obafemi, but it had that sort of like David versus Goliath feeling, which in your case, Donnie, that's why like it had Shawn Michaels producing all over it.
And I wanted to point that out. But also, like, I just want to make a little side note about the movie Rocky real quick. I actually never watched the movie until this past year when I went to Philadelphia for the first time. Like, I visited like the Rocky Balboa statue and did the whole steps thing. Have a whole vlog. I don't know which channel it's on, but it was really fun, and I had a great time in Philadelphia, even though, let me tell you, the city fucking smells like straight piss. But maybe want to watch the Rocky movies, and like I actually like watched them, and so good.
Have you watched all of them?
I think I've watched 4 of them. I think I still have a couple more I gotta watch.
Yeah, there's Rocky 5, and then there's Balboa, and then I think there's one more. But then you got to watch the Creed movies because especially the first one, they're tied to the Rocky movies.
Oh,
But
for
yeah.
sure. Like I love the Rocky movie. They're so good.
Yeah.
But I thought it'd be a funny thing to point out.
Yeah. Hey, you're right. It did have that feeling, and I could tell Shawn Michaels produced the match.
So good. All right. Well, with that being said, now let's get into the We Are Wrestling Podcast weekly TV recap. And start things off because we don't really have a lot of crazy things that happened on television this past week. But let's start off with NXT Deadline. We got to see the return of Tony D'Angelo, who's been away from TV for quite a while. Looks like we got more of a serious gimmick that he's doing here. What was your thoughts on Tony D'Angelo's return? And then also this past Tuesday, he attacked Ethan Page.
I think he's going to wreak havoc. I think he's coming in with a brand new image, like you said. And when he came out, he's probably going to confuse Javon Evans at first. And I was reading an article about that a little bit ago. But I think he might be some sort of an Achilles heel with Javon Evans's, shot to stardom ever since he won the Iron Survivor. I think that they're going to be putting him in the main roster soon. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he showed up in the Royal Rumble in January. But I think Tony D'Angelo is going to have a little rivalry with him before then. So I'm excited because I think somebody commented that Ricky Saints went heel last night during NXT. So who knows? Maybe he just might want to fight everybody and have Ricky Saints included as well.
Yeah, what's your thoughts, Danny, on the Tony D'Angelo return?
I feel like I'm glad he's back. I've always been a fan of Tony D. I even brought him up to you before, and I think you fucking shut it off. Like, oh, I'm not really that big of a fan.
Yeah, I don't like Tony D'Angelo.
He looks
FBI
like he's gained some
ripoff.
muscle. He grew his beard out. Like, he seems like he's going in like a different character direction. I don't feel like his return was really that impactful because, at the end of Deadline, the lights go out. Javon's in the ring, Obafemi's on the stage, and the lights come back on after they play like a quick little video clip, and Obafemi's just standing on the stage like what the hell is going on? And then he motions to Javon like, I'm gonna whoop your ass, just so randomly. And then you just see fucking Tony D'Angelo appear in the darkness in the ring behind Javon, and then he just like chokeslams him. But I don't know, it could have been done so much better. It just, and the fact that Obafemi was like, the fuck is going on here? Like, he didn't really care. Like, he was just like, what? Like, are we losing power? Like, what the fuck's going on? Like, he didn't really sell it like he should have.
Yeah, and before I share my thoughts, Brian Cutler with the most random comment of the week. Super crazy and psychosis. The Mexicools need to return.
They'd be good in the fucking tag division.
I think they could definitely use the Mexicools.
They still wrestle in the indies, I think.
They do,
yes.
Any
help will help with the tag team division.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe get better creative in there, but
SmackDown needs a lot of help with them going back to 3 hours.
Which is ironic because they had a main event tag team match in, what was it, WrestleMania or SummerSlam? And now they're just gone to shit. It's hilarious how flip-flop.
And then also, before I share my thoughts as well, quick things. I do see a lot of you guys in the live chat talking about the Saturday night main event card. We are going to share our quick predictions before we go into the Getting Put Over segment. So we'll talk about that towards the end of our weekly news and rumors. But I do want to share my thoughts on the Tony D'Angelo return because if you're new here, I have never really been the biggest fan of Tony D'Angelo. Just never really liked the gimmick. But let me tell you, this darker side of him, not talking with the fake accent, darker clothes, beard grown out, I'm actually intrigued. I'm actually invested. I'm actually curious to see what this new Tony D'Angelo is all about. Because I really think with the gimmick that he was doing before, I get it was like the babyface thing and the whole mob, they were trying to do exactly what they did with the FBI back in 2003 SmackDown. I don't think it would have worked on the main roster. I don't think the gimmick would have worked. And I thought he would end up getting released like Wes Lee, where like he reached his ceiling in NXT when he won the North American Championship. And I don't want that for an individual because Tony D'Angelo does have potential. He has a good look to him. I will never decline that. He does have the potential. He is a good worker in the ring, doesn't overuse moves, but I just wasn't a fan of the gimmick. And I think with a little bit more of the serious side, especially like, I do love like the transition from like the road to like him like in the dark arena. I really do like the whole presentation about that. I think that this could actually work. And I think that he can get over on the main roster if they play the cards right with this.
Yeah, Tony D'Angelo, apparently I didn't watch it, but apparently he appeared last night on NXT and he took out Ethan Page. So, you know, he's going after everybody.
I watched NXT last night while I was cleaning the studio up a little bit. But thoughts on Shiloh Hill? Because he just made his debut. Did you guys watch NXT last night?
Bro, he commented and he reposted my my reaction to one of his promos on his TikTok, man. So
I could tell you, I watched the Shiloh Hill debut, and I love this gimmick that he's doing. And I've been a fan of WWLFG because I'm a huge reality junkie, and I'm a wrestling junkie as well. So when you put the two and two together, it creates magic for me. And Shiloh Hill, I've always been invested in him. He has a really good look to him. I know Undertaker feels like he's going to be the future of the business. And maybe if it was 30 years ago, yes, but I do like the gimmick. It's interesting. It's different.
And like,
I thought the debut, he looked great.
I haven't watched his debut yet. I'll probably watch it after we get up here. But it's not, I wouldn't necessarily call this like a gimmick or whatever, because like, I mean, unless he's doing it for WWE and he's not like really into that kind of stuff. But like, he even like posts like videos and like vlogs on like TikTok of him like legitimately going on the dark web and buying fucking creepy shit and reviewing them. So that's legitimately like what he does. It's not just something that you see on WWE TV and then you see him at fucking, you know, vlogging, going to fucking Starbucks for a cold brew or whatever.
I don't even know if I want to see him go to Starbucks. But Shiloh Hill,
more of a dunking guy.
If I were you guys, I would definitely check out the debut because I thought it was pretty good. It reminded me of like an old school debut.
I looked him up. He looks like a hillbilly version of Baron Corbin.
Hillbilly.
I had no idea who he was. I didn't see him come up on NXT last night. So I'm like, oh, who's this guy? And the first picture I see, he was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
He doesn't have the horseshoe like this guy. Oh, man. But overall, with the Tony D'Angelo thing, I'm invested. And I've not been invested in Tony D'Angelo at all until this past weekend. So we'll see where it goes. But
I'm telling you guys now, man. I'm telling you guys now, and we'll obviously go more over it in depth, you know, during the We Are Wrestling Awards later on this month. There's no way Shawn Michaels does not win Booker of the Year, bro. It's not going to Triple H, and it's not going to Tony Khan. So that's just my opinion.
Hey, Danny, we can't be giving out spoilers, all right? We need people to tune into the award show.
I don't give a fuck.
Tony Khan's winning. That's the spoiler.
Yeah, right.
Rage said so. If we don't give it to Tony Khan, Rage is going to quit the pod.
To McDonald's, bro.
Who produced Deadline?
Shawn Michaels.
He did the all Deadline?
Yep. He runs
NXT. He's the head booker and head creative for NXT.
Oh, I knew that. I just know if like
I don't know who
take turns with different PLEs. You know?
I think he has. I know he has like William Regal over there, and like he has a bunch of people like that work alongside him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ooh, real quick about the Shiloh Hill thing, like rewinding real quick. James All Day says his promos remind me of 2013, 2014 Bray Wyatt. I would say this, James. Go back and watch Florida Championship Wrestling when Bray Wyatt first introduced the Edor World's character, and watch those promos with Eli Cottonwood, like as his like big man behind him. That's what Shiloh Hill right now reminds me of, is like a 2012 Bray Wyatt. And this is before NXT and main roster.
Yeah, man.
Just a quick little note there. But speaking of reunions, This past Monday on Raw, Jey Uso announced that he and Jimmy are back together and they're trying to get the tag team titles. What's your thoughts on Jey getting back into the tag division with his brother?
I'm so happy that he's not in singles anymore, because as entertaining as Jay is and as over as he is with the audience, my guy is not that good of an in-ring performer from an in-ring aspect. You know what I mean? Like, they literally tried everything they possibly could to they give this guy opportunities. He won the Rumble, won the World Championship, and it just didn't elevate him. He just got stuck on this plateau. So I mean, you can't say that Triple H and them didn't at least try with the guy. But I do think he works better in a tag team setting or whatever. That way, the entire match does not revolve around just him. You know what I mean?
Stamina too. He talked about that on Unreal Season 1. I think Triple H mentioned it.
Yep.
Yeah. I think he does decently well as a singles performer. And I have to agree with the Danny. He's gotten a lot of these opportunities and just like what you said, plateaued. When we talk about performers in the ring, there's performers as when you're part of a tag team and who you're going up against. And when you can tell that the two wrestlers going at it don't have great chemistry, that's when botches happen. That's when, people miss their spots completely. And then the match doesn't feel as smooth and like, what's it called? No bumps in the road, basically. When Jay is with Jimmy, that's when he thrives, not only in chemistry in the ring, but also more of like a self-confidence, really, because you can tell he goes back and forth well off of what Jimmy says, but when he tries to cut a promo, the guy can't cut a promo worth shit, because he always seems like when it's his turn to talk, he's like, oh man, crap, one more lines again. But when he's with Jimmy, Jimmy would say something and then Jay would, go off of him and back and forth. That's the twin telepathy. That's the chemistry that they had for, I think, like 15 years or something like that. So this is a great idea to keep Jay around. They kept this entrance, which was good because, like I said, like you said, he's so over with the audience.
Over.
And I'm excited to see what they're going to do with it, because it can only help the tag team division, especially with Raw. It can't hurt it anymore.
Oh, absolutely agree with that. And I want to talk about 15 years of teaming with his brother Jimmy, because at the end of the day, Jey Uso, he had his run. And I know Rage and myself, like, we wanted Jey Uso to get this opportunity, to get that moment. And
I've always been a Jimmy fan.
It reminds me of Kofi Mania. Like, Kofi was instantly over in 2019. He had his one WWE Championship run, and then he went back to teaming with Xavier Woods in the New Day, because Kofi Kingston is a tag team specialist. And that's the thing. Like, we've seen it throughout the years with tag teams breaking up. Certain guys, they have successful single runs. I think one of the best examples I can give here is Jeff Hardy. Very successful singles run because he's a larger-than-life character. And then another guy who didn't really have the best singles run, Devon Dudley, when him and Bubba split. So a lot of the times, like, there's certain people that are just made to be a tag team guy, and that's not discrediting their talent, because at the end of the day, Jimmy and Jay are very talented. And Jay got over with the Yeet thing and even like the in-depth storyline with Roman Reigns when Jimmy was absent from television during the Thunderdome era. So overall, Jay's run, it lasted longer than maybe it should have, but he had his moment, and I think I'm not upset that he won the world championship, because I do think he was one of the vocal points in the Bloodline storyline. His acting abilities were next level. And I think without Jay, like, that Bloodline storyline wouldn't have been as popular as it was. And I think that he's like pretty much the guy who isn't getting the respect that he deserves, because everybody looks at Roman Reigns because, of course, he held the championship for 1,000+ days. Roman is the guy. He's the OTC. And Jay, I love that, like, he got rewarded and he got to win the world championship. He got instantly over with the Yeet thing, probably making so much money right now. The kids are invested in him, and I love to see that. But it's time that he teams back up with his brother Jimmy, because the tag division needs the Usos right now more than Jey Uso needing to go after a world title, because the world title picture is already stacked in WWE. John Cena said it on Chris Van Vliet's podcast. There's so many guys. Like, there's a whole bench filled with guys that could be a main event star, who could be a world champion. So they don't really need Jay right now there. But the tag division needs Jay.
Here's what I'll say. And you know, Angelo in the chat saying that he needs to chill with the Yeet shit. He doesn't do that for us that are watching at home. He does that for the audience, because the audience goes fucking crazy, especially like the kids. He's always holding, you know, small children or whatever and doing the Yeet or whatever, and like, you know, that's just a memory that, you know, that's gonna be there for their entire life. But I will say, I heard a rumor that WWE wanted to try to run back Jimmy versus Jay at Mania this year in Vegas.
Glad they didn't.
It's still a rumor. It hasn't been discredited at all. I hope that's not why they're doing this, so we can, you know, get the split again, and then they can go into a program heading into Mania this year. We still got like 5 months left. There's more than enough time to make that happen. I hope that's not the case.
And also too, it's one of those things where it's a win-win, because it helps the tag team division, one, and two. Somebody pointed out in the chat, I remember seeing that they've been trying to get like a Jey Uso heel turn with the little small like cut scenes with Roman Reigns about like, they're never going to look at you the way they look at me, sort of thing. And it's the Triple H's long-term booking, because when the Bloodline was put together, Roman Reigns was the head of the table. Like, he was the OTC. Jay was always the right-hand man. And now, even when Jey Uso has had world heavyweight titles, he's still beneath Roman. So that's, that's kind of like delaying the Crash Out Part 2 season with Jey Uso.
We'll be talking about it, Angelo, up next.
Him being put together with Jimmy back again is great for now, but it's sort of like just glue and paper clips to what is going to eventually implode.
You know what I kind of wish would have happened, and what I wish WWE would have did? One thing I loved about the Attitude Era was, like, you know, they would leave the show off on a cliffhanger or whatever, and that would obviously make you tune in, you know, the following week. I kind of wish we had a scene at the end of Raw last week. You know, after Jay left the arena or whatever, you know, maybe you have a camera crew with him at the hotel. He's in this hotel room just sitting there, like, contemplating, like, you know, what the direction of his career should be. He gets a phone call. You don't know who it is, but, you know, they're chit-chatting or whatever, and Jay starts agreeing with who he's talking with on the phone, and him being like, I'll see you next week. We'll talk about it. And then you could have flash forward this week to, you know, them announcing that they're in the tag team division again. I just feel like it wasn't really fluid, because, like, last week you saw him, like, you know, leaving. He was in the parking garage having a backstage interview, like, just so, like, seemed like he was so angry. And this week he's just yeeting, being like, we're in the tag team division. Like, there was no follow-up to what happened the week prior. That's one thing I don't like about WWE.
I will say this. I think the only reason why we see these bipolar episodes with Jey Uso every week is because the one critique that I hear nonstop at the IWC, and I'm not talking about the fans that are at the show, I'm talking about the people that are online, that are tweeting, that are posting on social media. Triple H, I think, is just trying to show people that Jay is more than just a catchphrase. He's better than you think he is. And that's why we're getting this in-depth character. And I think with the new era of WWE, one thing I am noticing a lot in this era, the Paul Levesque era, is the in-depth with characters. Because a lot of the times throughout the years with Vince McMahon's booking, it was, if you're a babyface, you're a babyface. You can never do no wrong. You never make mistakes. You are perfect, clean, shiny toy. But if you're a heel, you're a bad guy. You are getting coal for Christmas. You are a piece of shit. That was Vince McMahon's style of booking. I think with Triple H's style of booking, when it comes to a babyface, when it comes to a heel, he wants to show more depth. Because at the end of the day, like, we're all good people here. Well, sometimes I debate whether or not you're a good person, Danny, because sometimes you could be good and bad. But all jokes aside, like, we're all good
Hold
people.
on, I can't hear you. Let me turn it up for you.
I set myself up on that one, but
Yeah,
we're all good people, and we have bad days. There's days where we're not in the best of moods. So I like that we're getting this side of Jey Uso at times. And I think that it brings more realism to the character that's on the show, because if they were just squeaky clean baby faces, we would get sick of them and then we would want the heel turn. And I'm sorry to tell you guys this, just like with Cody Rhodes, Jey Uso is not going to be turning heel. He's making way too much money for TKO right now with the Yeet glasses, with the Yeet merch, and the crowd going crazy. And until the crowd starts turning on him, it's not happening, just like Cody.
Oh, I wasn't saying it was going to happen. Like me thinking, like I believe it's going to happen.
The IWC's been saying it.
Pointing out that there's some booking opportunity.
Oh, there is.
I just still wish we had
a lot of fun scenarios.
I just wish last week we had like a segment like that, like, because it like brings me back to like during the Attitude Era, we had a segment, a very, very famous segment that we still see today.
Mae Young in the hand
video packages. No, it was. Remember when Stephanie McMahon gets in the limousine and she's leaving the arena. It's the end of Raw. She's leaving the arena. The window comes down and it's the Undertaker. Where to, Stephanie? And then that's how the show ends. I kind of wish we need more of that in WWE to really forward stories.
Well, and to your 2.2, Danny, they didn't really like go bipolar. They didn't like leave you out of anything. Part of Jimmy Uso's promo was saying, like, between the weeks of last week and this past Monday, was he called up Jay and asked him how he was doing.
We should have saw that, though. We should have
saw the phone call. I do agree. Like, little things like that are very important. When it comes
that's
to
part. I would agree with you on that.
Like, surprisingly, I agree with you, Danny, on that. Like, that's a rare W for you. But that's the thing. Like, when it comes to with Jey Uso, like, I think that him and Jimmy teaming up together, like, I hope that this doesn't lead to a WrestleMania 42 match in Vegas, because we've seen how WWE does things. They create the moments. In the moment, we're like, holy fucking shit, this is why I love this. But then they have nothing to follow it. And that's something I'm noticing in the era of Triple H. So let's just keep the Usos together. Let's have them lose at first and work their way from the bottom. And then at WrestleMania 42, have them go against a popular tag team. I would prefer SmackDown, maybe Motor City Machine Guns or something, at WrestleMania, and the Usos get their titles back.
That'd be a banger match, man. Motor City.
And then you could have Jey Uso. Sorry for interrupting, but you could have Jey Uso contemplating whether or not maybe he needs to hang the sneaks up, because him and Jimmy cannot win. And that way, Jimmy is going to continue to stay positive. Like, Oos, we can do this together, Oos. We did it for 15 years. There's so much in-depth storytelling that they could do here that can get all of us back interested. They could reel us back in with the tag division. Because with Jay, like, we've seen, like, the side of him where, like, he loses doubt when he loses big matches. And I love that about his character. But, like, if we can get that in the tag team division, and then having Jimmy, like, trying to encourage him, and then at WrestleMania, they get that moment. That's what this is all about. There's so much more. There's so much more benefiting WWE having them team together than feuding against each other.
To your point, Donnie, too, if that were to happen, it'd be a full circle moment, because if you remember, they were feuding and had the chance to keep the tag team titles against Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, and it's sort of the same similar story, but reversed, because it's Jay and Jimmy feuding now, and they come together and actually get the tag team titles back. So that'd be a full circle moment between those the Usos.
Yes, like exactly how they did it with Sami and Kevin. Exactly. You get what I'm trying to say.
Slower than a slow cooker, Triple H.
And he's a slow cooker, so this is perfect. This is fucking perfect.
Dude, he makes snails win the Olympic. Make it. Wow, I cannot talk.
I know,
today.
Gary.
You know what I mean.
SpongeBob's friggin' pet snail.
Fuck.
Gary's faster than the snails that Triple H has over there in Stanford, Connecticut.
Hard's a word today.
It is, but a couple comments we'll
You
read
can't
here before we
English.
move on to the weekly news and rumors. We got James all day. Jey Uso's a great wrestler. It's just that they're shoving him down everybody's throats, and the whole yeet thing is getting old. You see, it's getting old to us in the IWC, but it's not getting old to the kids that are at home.
People go it doesn't matter where they
in
go
the
or what the
crowds.
arena is, bro. The people go fucking crazy for that.
They go bananas, and I think that they wouldn't be shoving it down our throats if he was quiet. The fans were quiet. But at the end of the day, like, I don't like a lot of the takes Nick Khan and Triple H make where they don't care about us in the IWC and what we have to say with our opinions. But we've made such a toxic environment to where I kind of understand where you're coming from, because at the end of the day, the people that are at the shows, those are the opinions that you really do need to listen to.
Yeah, they're the ones that matter. The IWC is so controversial, so I don't even go with them half the time. And if I'm gonna buy a ticket to the show, Raw, SmackDown, PLE, anywhere in WWE, I am yeeting my ass off, and I am making sure before I leave that I lose my voice. Because you kind of have to, especially with the ticket prices nowadays. You have to have fun.
That's the word exactly, right there. That's why I think the IWC doesn't enjoy the Jey character. Yes, because
you're not there.
They're not having fun. It's supposed to be fun. Why are we overanalyzing? Why are we overthinking about Jey Uso? Oh my God, Jey Uso needs to turn heel. Oh my God, this. Oh my God, that. Jey Uso, enjoy the ride that you're on, because when he's gone, you're going to say, damn, I wish I was having fun yeeting.
Guess who else the fans turned on at one point? Roman Reigns and the person that's going to be retiring on Saturday, John Cena. Now everybody's kissing John Cena's ass.
Hey, I've never turned my back on John Cena. A lot of other people did, though.
I didn't.
I don't know if they turned, it could work. The fans like him if he turned his brother in a brutal way. Yes, but I feel like it just benefits them teaming together.
I will say there are ways you can become a heel and still be popular with the fans. I mean, look at MJF. Like, I feel like if he
Drew McIntyre,
wasn't he always a heel?
People love him.
Well, mostly throughout his career, yes, but he did have a short babyface run and then turned back heel, which was the right move. Jey Uso.
So, I mean, if they do it right, they can have Jey turn heel.
Jey Uso ain't Cody Rhodes, though. Cody is basically John Cena. Jey Uso is Triple H. If there's anybody I'm comparing Triple H to in this era, it would be Gunter. Like, if you look back at Triple H's Ruthless Aggression era, like, if you look back at that entire run with Evolution and stuff, and the big Triple H matches, Gunter is Triple H.
You can argue Randy Orton, too. Because it seems like now Gunther's the new legend killer. So
I do notice that too. That's a good comparison. All right. Well, with that being said, now let's get into, because we got a lot of them this week, the We Are Wrestling weekly news and rumors. And we do want to remind all the We Are Wrestling Maniacs before we get into our news and rumors that next week's episode we are dedicating to the one and only, the greatest of all time, John Cena. We're going to talk about the entire farewell tour. We're going to be putting over his entire career and just some of our favorite moments, memories. So what we want you guys to do is send in your video, which you can submit to wearewrestlingbrand@gmail.com. It is the pinned post here in the live chat. So we really hope that you guys do send in a 2-minute or less video just talking about your favorite moments and memories. We want the Maniacs to be a part of this. Let John Cena see this. So we really want your guys' help. And the deadline is Sunday, December 14th to get the video out. All right. Well, here we go with the weekly news and rumors. And Angelo, you're asking about this individual, and we're going to talk about him because we got some news and an update on LA Knight. Yeah. According to Body Slam Net, sources indicate that 2026 that's not LA Knight. Sources indicate that 2026 will be a much better year for LA Knight. He is still very much of a top player for WWE. The company is aware of the reactions and want to play the long game with Knight. What's your thoughts on this?
Long game for 44-year-old LA Knight. I'm not gonna hold my breath on that, man. Like it's LA Knight is over as fuck. He's been over as fuck for the past 2.5 years, and they've done nothing with him.
Come on, say it one time, Danny.
What?
Over.
That's what LA
Good.
Knight has been.
That was a good one. Look at this 6.
I still think he should have beaten Punk at Saturday night's main event for the world title. Give him a short little title reign, then he could have dropped it to Braun Breaker. Because you had Punk win. He hasn't done anything with the title. He's just gonna lose it to Breaker on January 5th, and he's gonna win the Elimination Chamber. When you could have just given LA Knight a short little title run, have him be the one, have him lose it to Braun Breaker or whatever. Then you could have went on with the original plan anyway. So the whole thing just doesn't make any sense.
Before you give your thoughts, Dan Eddy, I do want to add a comment though to that. Honestly, it would be a lose-lose situation for the IWC because let's say you do give LA Knight the world championship. We're all very, very happy for him when he wins the belt. But then when he loses the Breaker on the first episode of the new year, fans are going to say, oh my God, LA Knight's buried. That was horrible. What was the point of giving them the championship? So I feel like it would just been a lose-lose situation. But what's your thoughts on it, Dan?
I hate this whole thing. And Danny pointed out where a long-term cooking session with how old was he? 44, 48 years old?
44
years old. LA Knight has been over for years, but
over.
I want to know who he pissed off at the back so much where he gets written off in Ricochet and Braun Strowman fashion, and then also this news comes out where he's gonna have a big 2026. The guy could have had 2 championships by now this very year. So I don't understand how the LA Knight is just getting the shaft this entire time. He should have won the tournament just now, and also the world heavyweight title. Even if he has it for 17 days or something like that, it doesn't have to be a long title reign. The guy has been due for a world title reign ever since he lost. I'm sorry, bullshitly lost the United States Championship to Shinsuke Nakamura, who is not even around anymore. So the LA Knight since then,
you see this image right? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Whoever people are saying that gave him a bunch of backstage heat, and that's why he's in the position he's in.
Honestly, I don't disagree because I agreed with LA Knight at that point. But ever since he lost the United States to Shinsuke Nakamura, the dude has not been being booked right. He's still over with the audience. The dude still can wrestle even at 43, 40 years old and 44 years old. And the fact that he's just becoming this close to doing it, he's going to get another chance. Justice match. It's like that insurance commercial with the guy in the fishing pole. He's like, you got to be quicker than that. It's like, what the fuck? What does the guy have to do to have another world title reign?
I want to bring.
The most he's done was the United States title.
I want to bring up that fact too. Alex Johnson just pointed it out, and I was going to mention it.
Is it this comment?
They said the same thing at the end of 2024. They said a report came out the same thing, saying that Finn Balor was going to have a breakout year in 2025.
Yeah, Drew McIntyre was supposed to have a breakout year this year too. That's why, I don't know. I feel I agree with the Maniacs here because I'm reading all the live chat comments, and I think it's a load of shit. I don't believe
since he got brought up to the main roster.
LA Knight, by the time he wins a world championship, he's going to be 6 years old. That's just how it is.
He's gonna
and
be
it's going to be too
old?
late. 60.
Oh, I thought you said 6. I was like, he's going to be going backwards
So,
in time.
Ever since he came into WWE, I just had it up. He has been a champion in the midst of, 162 days, and that was between 2 title reigns as United States champion. The dude has never been a world championship or a world champion since joining the WWE. The last world champion he was as Eli Drake in NWA back in 2020. NWA.
Well, no, NWA was the national championship. He didn't hold the 10 pounds of gold.
Oh.
The
Oh,
world
okay.
championship.
Oh, I see it
The
now.
world championship is the 10 pounds of gold in NWA. The last actual world championship he carried was, I believe, Impact
World Champion
in
in
2018
2017.
or 2017. Yeah,
Yeah, carried it into 2018. But
and
yeah,
it's so frustrating. Like
oh,
I've given up. I just think it's a sack of shit.
And the
Like
thing is, LA Knight's still over as fuck, no matter how shitty his booking is. The guy,
he
like,
cuts better promos than half the roster, men and women.
I'd say 90% of the roster.
I feel like
That's
they don't want to feel
ballsy,
like
but
they're
yeah.
bullied, and they want to book who they want to book, and they want to push who they want to push. They don't want to feel like they're bullied into a corner, booking somebody that the fans want instead of what they want. That's what I think.
Yeah, because it's a big fuck you to us, and they're the ones that create this, so they want it to go the way they want. And
It's this way of
How many
them
times has Triple H and
never.
Nick Khan gone in interviews? Recently, Nick Khan said on the Impulsive, he was like, "We don't pay attention to online controversy. We don't pay attention to what the fans want."
Bullshit.
That's what he says.
They
That's
pay
what
attention
Triple H
to our
says
truth.
too.
Yeah,
They had to censor out "We Want Truth" chants during the live TV show, TV airs.
Yeah, I'm just.
Yeah, but
stating what
there's
Nick
got to
Khan
be
always
somebody
said.
that doesn't like him, and
Bruce
I
Pritchard.
think it's 100% what Angelo said here in the live chat, Bruce Pritchard, because Bruce Pritchard's probably looking at it like he's old, because that's the way the old school people look at these people. You can't be a world champion if you're in your mid 40s. That's just not how it goes, brother.
And don't forget before Vince McMahon got taken out of power, we had the Maximum Male Models on TV, and Max Dupree was LA Knight, remember? And then
And he still made that shit gimmick look pretty good.
Triple H took over and he went back to LA Knight. So,
But yeah,
Which-
I don't know, man.
I don't know if you guys have caught if you guys caught that on Monday Night Raw, that that promo that Maxine Dupree cut of her training.
Mm-hmm.
That made me want to punch a wall, dude. Like I was motivated after that. I was hyped up. I'm excited to see what she does with Natalia.
I don't think Vince
But
is there
anyways.
through Bruce Pritchard, but I feel like Bruce Pritchard spent so many years with Vince McMahon.
Yes.
He knows his way of thinking.
Vince's way of thinking is rubbed off on Bruce Pritchard.
Yeah, because there's a saying in life where you can't teach an old dog new tricks. And when you have a certain style of booking and a certain way you look at things, you can't really change somebody's mindset really on that. And Bruce Pritchard's old school. He worked right under Vince's wing for 40 plus years in the business. So like,
Probably, yeah.
I think that it's Bruce Pritchard at the end of the day that like is definitely in the meeting saying, look, it doesn't matter if the man's a world champion or not. He doesn't need a title. The crowd's still invested in him. He's the perfect babyface that we can put a heel over. And then the heel ends up going against Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns, and they put them over.
You know what? Another
Same
thing that I'm
cycle.
really thinking about as far as this, because we sort of slowly brought up the whole R-Truth thing or whatever. Apparently they're in the midst of filming Unreal Season 2, and a big talking point of that is gonna be the whole R-Truth thing. Like, there's a lot of people speculating, like maybe the entire thing was a work, riled up the fans or whatever. That way they could, add that to be a part of the show to make it seem like it's real, but it legitimately wasn't, because they know the fans love R-Truth, so we're gonna release him, and then it's gonna stir up a bunch of controversy online and get people talking, and then we're gonna fake like we're bringing him in. It's kind of weird that they brought the guy back apparently, and he was Ron Killings for like a week, then he went back to R-Truth with fucking short ass hair talking about his balls.
He's been making music too lately too.
He's been doing that for years though.
But
he had some new releases.
Speaking of
last year or so.
WWE Unreal Season 2, highly recommend watching it when it comes out to Netflix. Just want to say that.
126 is gonna be good.
And that's honestly all I'm gonna say. But moving on now to our next We Are Wrestling Weekly News and Rumors topic, our only John Cena topic that we're going to talk about this week, because I think that this here is definitely something I want to hear your thoughts on, and I'm not waiting until next week. So, during an interview with Tom, not going to pronounce his last name,
Rinaldi.
There you go. John Cena recalls his pitch of 200 days for his farewell tour being turned down by the WWE. And here is what John Cena said. And I quote, I wanted to do 200 dates just to say goodbye to everybody. I wanted to try to go everywhere from Perth, Australia to the Mid-Hudson Civic Center, which is in Albany, New York, by the way. You name it. I wanted to go everywhere. I've been just to say thank you to everybody. And the WWE came back like, no, we only need 36. And that's when I was like, oh man, I think I could balance this and some other stuff. Are you guys okay with me running in 2 lanes? They said, we sure are. We would just like for this block of time. It worked great. Also, a great exercise, and just because I think it's good doesn't mean that's what we're doing. I came to them with pitch decks and specs, and this is what I think of the projected revenues are, not just talking WWE story out of my butt. Like, hey, I think this is good business plan. And they're like, that's not our business. This is our business. Would you like to do this? And I said, yeah, that'd be great. Is it okay if I could balance some stuff? They said, yeah, sure. So what are your thoughts about us missing out on 200 days we could have had with this farewell tour? And we only got 36.
I will say this. I understand for the simple fact that WWE doesn't they're not performing 200 days a year. You know what I mean? So this farewell tour would have had to start in either 2024 or it would have had to end mid 2026 because a stat came out recently that LA Knight had the most matches of anybody in WWE this year, and it capped off at like 76 matches. You know what I mean? Because you got to remember, they got rid of
I can look that up too.
They got rid of all live events outside of television, besides when they're like doing like overseas tours and stuff like that. You know, they don't.
And the holiday tours too.
Yeah, but like that still wouldn't equal the 200 days. John Cena is so in the way WWE used to run, when they would legitimately be on the road, 4 or 5 days a week and have like maybe Wednesday or Thursday off, and
I'll tell you right now, if Vince McMahon was running WWE, if John Cena told him I want to work 200 plus days, Vince McMahon right on the spot, like they could have been in the middle of the street, he would have shit gold. And the money signs would have came right out of his eyes, and he would have said, John, I love it.
And Angelo, that's not really outrageous that he wanted to work 200 days a year. Like, he worked 200 days a year in WWE for over 20 plus years. You know what I mean? Like, that's how WWE used to go. If you were on SmackDown, you would wrestle Saturday, Sunday, Monday, SmackDown Tuesday, go home Wednesday, fly back out Thursday or Friday, do it all over again.
Such
for
good
Raw,
shit, pal.
For Raw, you would fly out Thursday, you would have a house show on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then you would do Raw on Monday, and then you would fly back home. So that's just the way it used to be.
All right, so what's the results, Dan?
So yeah, he was right. LA Knight has the most matches. At 67, and Penta was actually I just had it. Penta was second with 63, and also somebody who is he surprised later was tied at 63 as well. And the most wins, LA Knight was second with 39. And do you guys want to guess who was first?
Dominic
It's a female.
Dom. Or
a female.
Rhea.
Nope.
I'm gonna go with Io Sky.
Stephanie Becker.
Oh, no shit.
With 42. Mm-hmm.
A lot of those probably were international.
Out of this year. Yep. In WWE, that is.
Yeah, so how do you feel, Dan Eddy, about the whole John Cena like wanting to work 200 days and we only got 36?
My first thought was I get kicked in the balls because I want to see more John Cena. But then, like, taking a step back and thinking about it more, I understand where TKO and everybody else was coming from, because you want quality, not quantity. Yeah, you want to see John Cena almost every week, but when you're missing him when the days he's off, that's what YouTube is for, or that's what match replays are for, or like, the PLE rewatches. But in terms of like going from 220 to 36 dates, I want to know the exact process of how they went that drastically low. Like you can't meet in the middle with like 110, like 110, call it a day. So mad at throwing my mic around. The fact that it's 36 days for out of all the wrestlers, John Cena, it's just blasphemy to think about. And the way that they're handling Saturday night's main event, first of all, like changing the venue, that I don't know. I just feel like there's more people in the like what we were talking about LA Knight beforehand, with people on the inside are just like going against him, like they have something out for him.
I will say, if the people behind the scenes in WWE are telling John Cena no when John Cena wants to do a certain song on his retirement tour, and they're even shooting him down, nobody in WWE stands a fucking chance.
Yeah, that's for sure.
No
But
active wrestler, probably.
active, yeah, that's fair. But I will say this, when it comes to John Cena and the whole 36 dates, I do see a lot of people in the live chat here saying 50, and I do think 50 is definitely the perfect number. I think 50 would have been perfect, because then Cena could have worked 25 matches, 25 promos leading up to the matches, or storylines. And like some of the locations that John Cena didn't go to, because I just looked this up, and I'm surprised by some of these places he didn't get to visit. I know a couple of them. One of them was Houston, Texas, Sacramento, California, Poughkeepsie, New York. He wanted to go to Poughkeepsie. I know he was talking about that in multiple interviews. And there's a lot of places that John Cena actually missed out on. And I think it was also just a missed opportunity on WWE and TKO's part, because Cena did share on Chris Van Vliet podcast that this has been planned since 2022, this whole farewell tour.
Yep.
They should have worked more dates out with Cena, because he kept the schedule open, and he should have been able to go to these other places. Like, it's crazy. Houston's a big city in Texas.
I blame Triple H and I blame WWE Creative for the downfall of John Cena's retirement tour, because you had him turn heel, which was like one of the most talked about moments of the entire year, and then you don't even have the decency to have a decent follow-up. You have him take the following 2 weeks off of television, instead of filming vignettes or filming this or that, whatever, to really build intrigue into what's happening. WWE, man, took a massive fucking L with this entire thing. And I mean,
we'll talk about that next week on next week's show.
I feel bad for Cena, because everything that Cena has done for this company, and they're he wants to do a certain thing or go a certain place, and they're like, no. I mean, think about everything that he's done for this company. All the shit, all the meet and greets, all the all the media, all just everything. The dude has been a workhorse for over 20 years. And
you have to realize there's new people in WWE that don't see the same value that Vince McMahon saw.
You should also value John Cena.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, I'm telling you,
I think we're all on the same page here, Danny.
We are on the same page, because trust me, Cena's my fucking favorite wrestler of all time. The way that these older gentlemen look at Hulk Hogan, that's how I look at John freaking Cena. So, trust me, I'm with you, brother, on this. But
I feel if you have a retirement tour, you should have a decent size say in.
And people said I was fucking crazy when I said that Vince McMahon would have booked Cena's retirement tour better than Triple H. And I don't know how people looked at me crazy. It's just common sense. Vince is the one that made John Cena who he is today. And Cena continues to give the man credit, despite the whole allegations and the whole thing that's going on with him that's outside of this. So, when it's all said and done, it's new people running things. The way Triple H and Nick Khan and TKO look at Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns, that's how Vince McMahon looked at Hulk Hogan, Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena. it's a different team back there. Be like, yeah, you still have your Michael Hayes and you have your Bruce Pritchard, but they don't have the power that Nick Khan, TKO, and Triple H have. They want to build their own stars. And yes, like they really did miss the ball here. And I know we're going to be talking about more of it next week on the show. But
one more just final tip. It just goes to show that for the future wrestlers, and Angela kind of pointed out in the comments that for future wrestlers that are going to have retirement tours, they kind of set the bar of how well your retirement tour is going to be. Because if John Cena only gets 36 dates when he asked for 220, and they didn't meet in the middle with say like 110 or even 90 dates, like with AJ Styles or perhaps Chris Jericho or a lot of bigger names that are going to be retiring in the next couple of years. It's just interesting to see how they're going to book theirs. Whereas John Cena had so many storylines with so many wrestlers, like over 22, 23 years since he's been in the business. So it just goes to show like how they're going to probably handle retirement tours in the future.
That's why AJ Styles said he didn't want a retirement tour. He's like, bro, I just want to have a match and then fucking right off into the sunset. He's like, fuck it.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to have a tour, but yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be talking about more of this next week on our special episode that we're going to be doing for the We Are Wrestling Pod. And Angelo, I'm going to read this comment and then we're going to move on. The biggest missed opportunity for me is not enough backstage segments when you had him in the building. Why not have backstage segments? You got to utilize your time. And I know we're going to really dive deep. Next week, our last live episode of the year is probably going to be the biggest one that we are going to be talking about. This next week's episode is going to be a cannot miss because we're going to do an extra with all whatever wacky little news we get. Next week's flagship show, next Wednesday at this time, we're talking about the entire farewell tour because right now, I know there's a lot of wrestling podcasters out there that are talking about it this week because, of course, they want to just move on from Cena after Saturday. I think we can't really critique this entire farewell tour until we watch what happens this Saturday with him versus Gunter and this entire show, because we know Cena's very passionate about having these exhibition matches that we're going to talk about later on in the show. And I feel like it wouldn't be fair if we do this week when we still have one more match for Cena. It's not over yet.
Yep.
That's fair.
But,
yeah, fair point.
But yeah, with John Cena with 220 days, I was surprised to hear that. I couldn't believe it. And I think 36, man, that was a missed opportunity. Like they should have done 50. Even if like most of them were segments, they could have filled in some time, like giving, like, imagine he worked like every week on the shows. Like John Cena, they could have, oh my God. It's so disappointing.
36 days.
It would have helped the heel turn. It would have helped the heel run.
36 days is a month and 6 days. So that's how long we've seen Cena this entire year. A month and 6 days total.
Out of 365. Unbelievable. Yep. Unbelievable. But let's move on now to some current news that's going on, because we're going to get back to Cena next week on a special episode of the We Are Wrestling Pod, which will be our last one live for the year, but we will have 2 pre-taped episodes for Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. We do got to point that out. But our next topic, according to Body Slam Net, the Cody Rhodes versus Drew McIntyre feud is set to continue with another match taking place very soon. Thoughts?
I actually like this feud, but I don't feel like it should happen unless they're gonna, take the title off of Cody and give it to McIntyre. Because, like, I mean, we've already had like 2 matches with Cody winning. Like, if you have a third match with them and Drew doesn't win again, that's gonna severely hinder his momentum. I feel like the very little momentum that he actually does have.
I'm sick of beating a dead horse at this point. Like, all I'm going to say is I fucking hate this because I want Drew McIntyre to be a champion already. That's all I'm going to say.
I want both to happen. I want him to be a champion and also this feud to stop. So I guess I'm in favor of another match, I guess. I just think they need to
shock us.
They need to squeeze every living juice out of this CM Punk and Drew McIntyre feud while Seth Rollins is out. Because if you remember, them three were like pretty much the entire focus once the bloodline split. And when Solo Sikoa was creating his new bloodline, that kind of happened. But then this triple threat feud between the three of them kind of overshadowed that. And now it's just sort of like, oh, yeah, we'll set this out. Let's do this feud later on when he comes back. If you had the feud with Drew McIntyre and CM Punk now, as CM Punk is world champion, why are you having Drew McIntyre go after Cody Rhodes when Punk is actually champion? When Drew McIntyre can beat CM Punk, more like kind of fuel the feud more when Seth comes back, where when he comes back, oh, well, you're just champion because I left. And then Drew is champion. Well, Seth Rollins can be like, well, you're just champion because I left. And it'll just continue.
But like I don't know. Like I'd rather Braun Breaker go after the world championship. That's why like I'm okay with this feud with Drew McIntyre and Cody. I've been okay with it. But my problem is, why? Why are we doing this feud if every single fucking time Cody Rhodes is just going to retain the championship? And we know how a Cody Rhodes match works. Like if you follow like the psychology of the Cody Rhodes match, it's the same thing over and over again, which I'm not discrediting Cody Rhodes because what he does is he's fantastic. I like that they're like furthering this and they're making it more personal, but dude, like what's the point in this? Like if we're not going to like, at least give McIntyre the title for like a month or two, and then you can give it right back to Cody Rhodes for the road to WrestleMania. Like I think I pitched that at the last Saturday Night Main Event when Cody defended the title. I said, Drew McIntyre should win the title, surprise us, have him hold it until the Royal Rumble. That way you can give it some time with Cody Rhodes, and he can win the title back for the road to WrestleMania. Like
didn't Drew McIntyre have a feud with the
missed
Vision?
opportunity? Not really, no, because McIntyre's been on SmackDown.
Oh, that's true. Because he was feuding.
Drew McIntyre was on Team Vision part for War Games, but he wasn't like he's not like a member.
Oh, gotcha.
That is a fair point, Angelo, because they got nobody to go up against him. That's a realistic contender.
So as far as like
they got plenty of people, they're just not booking them right.
as far as the whole CM Punk thing goes, like I'm glad they're not doing that. I'm glad they're going with Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker needs the World Heavyweight Champion
immediately.
As I said, I believe January 5th is when we see the reveal of whoever's under this mask. Could be one person, it could be more than one person. We don't know. But that person's going to be joining the Vision at WrestleMania. You can have Braun Breaker face CM Punk again because CM Punk's going to be winning the Elimination Chamber in Chicago. You could have the guy in the mask show up again. That can be Seth Rollins, and that'll be a monumental moment because of all the shit that Seth Rollins has put CM Punk through and that CM Punk has put him through. Seth Rollins will be helping CM Punk regain the World Heavyweight Championship.
I love that. I actually do love that. But I don't know, man. I'm just McIntyre and Cody. Like, I just can't get invested.
You're gonna have a title change. It's not going to hinder. It's not going to hinder Cody taking the title off him for a while.
Exactly. Like, it would actually, if anything, make McIntyre feel like he's more of a threat than just a pushover. And that's why, like, I'm just tired of just beating a dead horse at this point. Like, we just already know, like, what's going to happen. And that's why, like, it doesn't matter if they beat the shit out of each other inside or rent a car. I'm not going to care for it. I'm not invested. I don't care because we know what the outcome's going to be. Like, surprise me.
You know what I would really be intrigued to see? There's a report going around, obviously, that WWE wants to do, match 3, Cody versus Roman. But I'd be a lot more intrigued if we had Drew McIntyre in there and have it a triple threat.
Ooh.
That would intrigue me a lot more than just another Cody Roman match.
Yeah, I don't know, man, but I'm over at this point, man. I hope they surprise me. I really hope they do, but I'm not putting a lot of stocks into this. All right, well, let's move on now to some TNA news. And pretty much what Danny's been saying here on the pod. Since coming back from his break, Matt Hardy pretty much said on his podcast during the Extreme Life of Matt, and pretty much he said he would like TNA to focus more on storytelling than putting on 5-star matches heading into the AMC era. And here's what Matt Hardy said on his pod, and I quote, I think TNA does need to have its own identity. And one thing I could say is, I'll say this off the top. I want us to focus on stories more than a fucking 5-star matches, because that's fucking way overdone now. In AEW, they can have all those, but the type of audience we're looking for are people that are getting compelled by the storylines, storytelling, and the characters. That is something I want to focus on. I'll say that blatantly right up front. That'll be good wrestling on it, but we're not going to be obsessed over it. I think at the end of the day, the most important things are moments more than moves. AEW, that's their thing. They stand out. They have their wrestling like that. I don't think that's the direction we're going to go. We need to find our own identity and go in a different direction. What's our thoughts on Matt Hardy's take here with what he wants in TNA? I know you've been preaching this, Danny. I know I've always said the storytelling is more important than the matches, and I think we've all have agreed to it, but I know you've been very, very vocal about it.
Yeah, I have been.
So the floor is yours.
Being a pro wrestling fan, like even way back from the Attitude Era when I was 7, the first memory that I really have of what WWF was back in the day was Kane debuting at Bad Blood. And you have the red light and Kane coming out, ripping the cell door off, and tombstoning Undertaker, and that led to a crazy ass feud between them. And the storytelling around that time, with Undertaker setting the house on fire and killing Kane and his parents, and that's Kane became the Big Red Monster. It all revolves around storytelling. In AEW, you had Tony Storm and Mariah May. They had banger matches, but what did they have more of? They had storytelling. You know what I mean? They had the whole Hollywood ending, match or whatever, which was Mariah May's last match in AEW. You had Hangman versus Swerve. Storytelling. You had Hangman burning down Swerve's childhood home. You had Swerve breaking into Hangman's house and cutting a promo standing at the crib of Hangman, Adam Page's kid. You got to have storytelling to really drive people in and get your audience invested. If you just have guys go out and have a random match, it's cool in that moment, but if you do that 4 or 5 times in one night, there's going to be nothing of note on the show. There's going to be, you're going to forget about it, 2-3 matches in. You got to have story when it comes to pro wrestling, and WWE has been shit at storytelling for the most part. The last good story that WWE has really told was Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk when they had the Hell in the Cell match.
Really,
you got to have story. You got to have storytelling in pro wrestling. That's what makes pro wrestling different from any other thing on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? It's like watching a real life movie play out week by week. That's what we need, and that's what TNA needs to do.
Well said.
Yeah, I have to agree, because that's what got me interested in wrestling in the first place. If you're just going by matches and matches and matches, you don't want to call yourselves WWE. You want to call yourself the UFC. It's one of those things where people come for it's sort of like people come for this, but they stay for that. People come for the matches, but they stay for the storyline. And when on Danny's point, saying they'll forget the match, 2 or 3 matches later, that's the same thing. If you don't have the great storyline, they keep the feud or keep the interest going, then it's just sort of that match had its 15 seconds of fame. That's over with. And that's why you see all these, top 50 greatest matches in WrestleMania history or SummerSlam or insert PLE here. That's why you had these iconic duos like the Kane and Undertaker. These feuds like Stone Cold
Austin
and The Rock.
We still talk about the video package.
Austin and McMahon.
Austin McMahon. I mean, fuck, the Booker T and Stone Cold Steve Austin fight in the grocery store is still in my head rent-free because of the storyline. The matches alone are great, but the storyline keeps those moments in your head. I was referring back to a few weeks ago.
On Jackass.
Yeah. Yeah. I was referring to like what was it? The John Moxley segment that I think that's stuck in my head. But even though it was a very short, quick storyline between him and EC3, that's what I remember. That's the storyline that I remember because I don't remember their match at all, to be honest. I remember EC3 losing, and that's about it. So when it comes to storylines and matches themselves, the storylines create the matches. The whole WrestleMania 40 was a cinema, for fuck's sake. The entire main event match, I still watch to this day because I know the storyline beforehand.
And that's the thing. Every great rivalry has always had a great story. And I want to kind of take some things outside of the world of professional wrestling and give you guys some good examples why the story lines matter. Let's go back to the NBA from the year 2015 to the year 2018. The NBA Finals, it was the Golden State Warriors when they were having their dynasty versus the Cleveland Cavaliers when LeBron came home. And that was a whole storyline because LeBron made a whole thing when he left Cleveland in 2009 and take his talents to South Beach. That was a whole storyline. And it was people were invested in it. Even though it is real, still, what got us invested is the storyline. We wanted to see LeBron James when he went back to Cleveland win a championship because that's a part of his legacy. Let's get into the UFC. Perfect example because I loved old school at UFC, and what made me invested was the light heavyweight division in the early 2000s. Tito Ortiz and Ken Shamrock. Like, I don't remember the fights. Yeah, Tito Ortiz kicked Ken Shamrock's ass all 3 times, but I remember the iconic confrontations that they had at the fights, the press conferences, all those altercations. That's what got me invested was the story. So when it comes back now, back into professional wrestling, the larger than life characters, the storytelling is what gets all of us wrestling fans invested. There is a place for what AEW does because New Japan Pro Wrestling has been very successful doing what they do for the past 50 years. So there is a fan base like Ricky Knows Best and other people that enjoy the pro wrestling, the art of the ring, that care about the 5-star ratings. But a lot of us fans that grew up watching the Attitude Era, watching the Ruthless Aggression Era, watching the new gen, the larger-than-life characters that Vince McMahon created, we love a good story, which is why a lot of the United States fans, they prefer watching a WWE over an AEW or New Japan Pro Wrestling. Is there a place for what AEW does in the business? Absolutely, because they have opened the door for so many talented professional wrestlers. Now, as a fan, do I want them to do more storytelling? Absolutely, because they did do that in the beginning of AEW. They had the perfect balance because you had Young Bucks and Kenny Omega who focused on the professional wrestling side of it because they've always been just 5-star machines with how good they are in the ring with the art. And they had the perfect mix with Cody Rhodes, who knew exactly what to do when it comes to storytelling because, of course, his father, Dusty Rhodes, one of the greatest bookers of all time. So that's just in Cody Rhodes' blood, which is why, like, the CM Punk and MJF feud was so iconic. And even the Hangman and Swerve, like, they have done their own thing as well. So, like, they have the perfect balance. But, yes, of course, as a fan, selfishly, I would love AEW to go back down that route with storytelling because that's what I prefer in wrestling. But AEW is still going to succeed doing what they do because there is a fan base for it. Now, with getting back into the question here with TNA Wrestling and what Matt Hardy said, they do need to create their own identity. And that's what they've done since the rebuild. Since bringing back TNA Wrestling, getting out of this whole GFW, Impact Wrestling, like their whole identity. They had no identity until Scott D'Amore made the decision, let's bring back TNA fucking Wrestling. And since then, TNA is starting to develop this identity about them. And if they go the route, it's not going to work because that's what they did during the Impact Wrestling era around 2020 to 2022. They can't do it. They have to go back down the storytelling route because what made TNA stand out back in the day was the six-sided ring, the unique roster, because not only did they have such great talent like Christian Cage, the Icon Sting, Kurt Angle, but they had guys that they developed like Samoa Joe, AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels. And that's what made TNA wrestling. So
I still remember the storyline.
Going into this era, they need to create their own identity. They need to find that uniqueness because that's what's going to help them get that number 2 spot over AEW.
I still remember the storyline of Jeff Hardy and Abyss from back in the day, back around 2004. You know, when Abyss was with James Mitchell. You know,
that was 2005.
Him and Jeff Hardy had that feud or whatever. You know, I mean, I still remember that like as if it was yesterday. You know what I mean? Because of the storytelling aspect in that. You know,
and I
one
think
thing that really brought TNA back to life was the whole, you know, the whole broken universe that Matt Hardy was
Broken
doing.
Hardys. That was 2016, right?
Like that rejuvenized. Like TNA was on the verge of death around that time, and then you know Matt Hardy decided to create this entire universe, and that really like rejuvenated. That's still some of the most viewed videos on TNA's entire channel, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And to add on to your point, Donnie, with in regards to storytelling, when TNA is getting creative going and developing great storylines, that's going to keep people invested and possibly new users or viewers that haven't checked out TNA before. I checked out AEW in the first place because I saw Edge and Adam Copeland and is it still
Adam Copeland and Christian Cage teaming back up together.
Okay. Yeah, and I knew the feud between them when they were with WWE, so I was interested to see what they were going to do at AEW because I still tune in. So I'm not saying that TNA needs to bring in wrestlers that are like people are familiar with to get people viewing. I want to say if they develop great storylines with those people that they have and have them tie in with the people that are going to be new to the company, that's what gets viewers, both the new and old, like sticking around. So
exactly.
In regards of perfect storytelling, that just brings up more viewership and not just 5-star matches, because those 5-star matches are, if there's no story behind them, they just look like, Instagram reels. If you're going down a rabbit hole. Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was cool. That's a good match. Oh, okay.
And like what Alex Johnson said, with the whole OG bloodline with Sami Zayn, like I don't remember anything from that Rumble outside of Sami Zayn hitting Roman in the back with that chair, and then him getting beat down with the Usos, and Kevin Owens is tied up and duct taped to the ropes. I don't remember anything else on the show besides that. And why? Because that storyline I was so invested into what was happening.
And moments. I have a whole room filled with wrestling figures, and 99% of the time, these wrestling figures are made off of defining moments.
Yep.
And that's what the fans remember.
Bloodline topic. I remember what you were saying, Donnie, moments when Jey Uso was confronting Jimmy and he was like, "You out and I'm out too." And then just like fucking super kicks Roman Reigns in the face. And then when the camera cuts to Solo's face, he's just like, "Oh my God." That's what I remember because of the storyline.
And that's why, like, I really, really want the Hardy Boys not to go back to WWE anytime soon, because I feel like TNA needs them a lot more than the WWE needs them. Now, when the Hardys decide to hang their boots up, I do want them to retire in WWE because that's where they started. But I do want them to be a part of TNA with the AMC deal to really get people over, and so that when they leave, the company is still in good hands.
Yep. When they do hang the boots up, I definitely want Matt Hardy on the creative team somewhere though. He's got to be.
Oh my! Him and Jeff are so fucking creative.
I don't think Jeff will, because he's sort of
Jeff's satisfied. Like he'll be satisfied not doing anything.
But Matt Hardy,
music.
Matt Hardy is definitely. Yep.
Matt will be working for TNA behind the scenes, 100%. I totally see that happening. But
Yeah.
speaking of TNA, we do have some news about this certain individual that might. Hopefully this happens. According to the Wrestling Observer newsletter, one source in WWE indicated that TNA would like to have AJ Styles wrestle on the first show on AMC. What's your thoughts on this?
I'll let you
Fuck
go, Dan Eddy.
Oh, my first reaction was like, fuck yeah, because it's a big moment. You want to have one of your bigger wrestlers started off, this quote unquote new era, of TNA wrestling, and being able to give the new wrestlers a chance to show themselves as well. And then just get the creative juices flowing, whether AJ Styles is there long term or not, who knows? And that's kind of like what AEW was starting off too, because they were hiring former WWE wrestlers left and right. I always go back to Edge, because that was like the first person that I thought like, oh shit, he's in AEW. Oh, okay, let me tune in. And that's kind of the same thing with AJ Styles. I'm not saying they're copying AEW's concept or whatever, but I'm saying like that's going to get the viewership to begin with. And whether or not that goes a long way, that's on them. That's not AJ Styles' fault. If they fail, that's on them. And that's what they're kind of setting the bar for themselves, is with AJ Styles being on the first show on AMC.
Yeah, so I will say this. Like when it's all said and done, if WWE cares about TNA, they want to see TNA succeed and possibly take that number 2 spot, because we have seen the rumors that were coming out saying that WWE wanted TNA to go head to head with AEW on Wednesday nights on the CW, which obviously didn't happen. They got the AMC deal, which kudos to TNA for that. I think if they want to start and come out with a bang, got to have AJ Styles main event, wrestle on that card, because we know AJ Styles is probably going to be retiring after WrestleMania 42 in Vegas. So I feel like if there's a time and place that is perfect for the Phenomenal One to come back for one match, because it needs to fucking happen, it's got to be on this show. And I guarantee you, if that happens, TNA might actually get close to 1 million viewers for their first episode.
Here's what I'll say, and you guys can
at least
either
500,000 people.
Here's what I think, and you guys can either agree or disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. I would not have AJ Styles on this card for one simple reason. This first episode is going to get more viewers than usual, just because it's going to be the first episode. People are going to be intrigued to see it. And like, if you make this show bigger than all your other weeks are going to be, people are just going to continuously expect it. And if you don't deliver that, you're going to end up losing viewers. So I would probably do it like the first month and a half of, them being on AMC. I don't know if I would have AJ Styles on the first show. I would wait until you see who your audience is going to be.
Dan, you want to take it?
Yeah, real quick, I do, because they got to do it. Like you have to go with a bang, because guess what? This is going to be the first time since Spike TV that there's going to be a lot of fucking eyes on TNA, and they have not had a lot of fucking eyes on this promotion in a long time.
I'm not
honestly,
saying don't do it.
Because guess what? If you have AJ Styles wrestle on a random week 2 or week 3 of the AMC deal, or a month from now, it's not going to mean something. It's not going to mean as much as it will during the first show, because guess what? Still to this day, let's go back to January 1993. People still remember the very first episode of Monday Night Raw. AEW Dynamite, I remember it like it was yesterday. October 2019 in Washington, D.C., the very first episode. People remember those for life. And I feel like with TNA going to AMC, man, having the guy that built TNA from the ground up, AJ Styles, you have to have him on that first show wrestling. Have to.
I mean, I could like I said, do I want to see it selfishly? Yes, I do want to see it. I'm just saying, like, there's gonna be so many people watching the show that haven't watched TNA for years.
Oh my God! Whoa, that just got me excited.
The going rumor is he's gonna have a match with Kazarian for the TNA World Title. But I mean, I also heard that they're going to be doing Kazarian versus Mike Santana. But like, I don't want to set up like high expectations for people that don't normally tune in, because then they're gonna expect, oh my god, this show was a banger, you know. If the following
I want
week
to tune
does
in
not
next
live,
week.
if the following week does not live up to what the first week was, people might fall off and they might be like, well, you know, that was just a smoke of the pan, you know.
No. You got to
That's
start
just
off with a
how I
bang
think.
and pick up the momentum. But I want to hear Dan Eddy's thoughts on this because he's the guy down below. He's in the middle. Tag yourself in.
He's the bottom.
So, like responding to Danny's opinions.
Both of ours, because I think AJ should show up on the first episode in wrestling.
Okay, I understand why you were saying I was in the middle now. I mean, this is a monumental moment for the company themselves. I think you have to start off with a bang, and then the viewership, it'll be a work in progress to keep it going week after week. But that just boils down to what we were talking about before. It was the storytelling and the creative, and the matches themselves are going to get viewership as well. But to bring in the viewership to start off with, I mean, you have to go with AJ Styles, or it doesn't have to be for a championship per se, but to have him be in a match for their first ever show on this new channel for this new era of the TNA company overall.
ASAP.
And yeah, I mean, Donnie's going to tune in live. That's going to get people coming in from different companies. People that are from WWE going to tune in. People that don't know what the hell TNA is but know who AJ Styles is might tune in. So in terms of getting the viewerships going, like consistently, that's on them. Like I was saying. So in terms
I plan
of
on going live for it, but
me too.
Like depends on who like they're gonna have them face, or you know what they're gonna do with them. That's up to them, and that boils down to storytelling, storytelling and creative.
Another thing I want to point out is the fact that I would much rather him face Mike Santana than Kazarian. You know, that's like Kazarian was on Ice Cube's son's podcast there. Or whatever.
Yeah, no, we need Kazarian versus Mike Santana. That's a storyline. But with AJ Styles, but getting back to the AJ Styles thing, because that's the topic that we're talking about here, like Dan Eddy was saying, you have to start off with a bang, because here's the thing. This is their first big deal since Spike TV, and getting AJ Styles to wrestle, I'm an OG TNA fan. That's the only thing Dan Eddy did not mention. He mentioned the new fans. He mentioned the current fans. But the OG TNA fans are going to die to see AJ
I'm a new
Styles
fan.
in that ring. Yes, I know you are. But what I'm trying to say is, like, dude, I'm an OG fan. So if you're telling me that the Phenomenal One AJ Styles is going to be wrestling on the very first show on AMC, I am tuning in live. I am not DVRing it. I am not rewinding. Like, I'm watching it in live time. And I guarantee you a lot of people would, which is why, because here's the thing about Raw and Netflix. That was a monumental moment for the WWE. This was huge because they were on cable television for over 25 years.
And so who did they have on that show as well for the older fans like yourself for TNA?
Exactly. They
had The Rock.
They had the old school guys. They had The Undertaker. They had all these big names.
Undertaker.
Because here's the thing. Do you remember what happened the next week after that or the week after? No, because people remember the first of everything. And that's why if you want to set an example, you need the Phenomenal One AJ Styles there wrestling. So I hope
first impressions can go a long way.
I hope to God the Wrestling Observer newsletter here is right about this, and I hope that this rumor becomes a reality.
I will say if this match is going to happen, we need to have AJ Styles, whether it's a video, like or him actually like showing up at a TNA taping or whatever, and like sort of like setting up the match. I wouldn't just want it to be like an open challenge or something like that.
I'd love that. That'd be a great surprise.
For having to start up TNA title.
Doesn't need to be for a title. He
doesn't have to be an open challenge or anything like that. It can just be like a simple tweet battle and have him show it off.
We've seen AJ Styles show up on the Titantron. We've seen AJ Styles send in videos. He came out at Slammiversary. I was there. It was so fucking awesome. but we need AJ to wrestle. That's what I want. I'm not settling for less.
So if we do have Frank Kazarian,
I ain't sharing my
AJ,
food this time.
If we do have Frank Kazarian versus AJ, you could have Frank Kazarian, cutting a promo in the ring, talking to TNA World Champion that the company's ever seen or whatever. He beat Mike Santana, in his first match as champion. And then you could have AJ come out, they set up the match, and that way they'll be able to promote the match for January 15th, which will bring even more people.
Yeah, I get that, but I don't know. I think you do have to advertise AJ. I do agree with that because you want to get people to tune in. But hopefully this actually comes to life because I think not one fan would be upset about that happening.
I would just rather Mike Santana versus AJ instead of Frank Kazarian, but whatever.
All right, well, let's move on now to our next topic. We do have a couple more, and then we're going to get into the farewell match card, which I know everybody is excited to talk about. Here we go. Well, this one we better make very fast because, I think you guys like this individual more than me. I like Jeff Cobb. But according to Fightful, WWE sources claim that JC Potato has signed a 3-year deal upon coming to WWE, which will take his contract into the spring of 2028. How do you feel about this extension that JC Potato?
Danny, you can go.
I know very little Jeff Cobb. I was I've seen him. He was on a couple of the Forbidden Door shows or whatever. But I'm historically, people know I don't watch New Japan. I don't watch CML. I don't watch a lot of those companies. I just started watching AAA after after WWE acquired them. So I know very little of Jeff Cobb and what he did in New Japan outside of the rare appearances that he made on AEW. But one thing I do know is his Tour of the Islands finisher is fucking dope. He's a great in-ring performer. I don't think him being with the MFTs is doing him any justice because the guy can legitimately work for a big guy.
And talk.
But I'm excited to see how this plays out. Maybe it comes to sort of like a Jacob Fatu thing to where he's getting sick of Solo Sikoa talking down to him at some point. Maybe we get him veering off, and maybe we get a tag team with Jason Mateo and Jacob Fatu or something like that. You know what I mean? They'd be monsters in the tag team division. There's so many different routes we can go. So I'm a fan of him. I'm a fan of Jason Mateo. I want to see what he does in the future, and I'm actually glad that he signed a 3-year contract, and I hope it gets extended when that time comes.
I'm indifferent because since he's been here, I don't see them doing anything with him besides
that's why I
being
said
in the backgrounds with Solo.
Him being with MFT is not doing him any justice.
No, so going off what you were saying, Danny, that when Jacob Fatu comes back, it can be the Bloodline versus Bloodline 2.0 or 2.5, if you want to call it that, with Jacob Fatu making his own Bloodline or group or whatever, going against Solo Sikoa and JC Potato or JC Mateo.
JC Potato
actually going on Fatu's side. So for it being a 3-year deal, for it being a 3-year deal, wow, hard's a word today. Damn.
My guy can't fucking
JC Potato.
For it being a 3-year deal, it brings me comfort knowing that they have plans for him at least, because it wouldn't be 3 years specifically. It wouldn't be anything if they don't have plans for him. It wouldn't be a new contract signing to begin with. So that makes me think, okay, well, Jacob Fatu's coming back, so that'll add to JC Mateo's work because obviously they need to do something with him outside of Solo Sikoa's and MFT's group. So,
yeah, I am partly excited for MFTs versus YS6 for whatever reason though.
I do like the little feud that they've been doing.
Talatonga and fucking Eric Redbeard when they showed up and when they were in the ring together, bro, that shit was monstrous.
Yeah, that could be a good match.
JC Potato.
JC Potato.
Man, if this was Jeff Cobb.
Tallest fuck Tonga.
I will say this. If this was Jeff Cobb's, my take and my opinion would be totally different here. But we're talking about JC Potato. And yeah, he must not be good at doing business because with the way that they've been booking him, man, they don't know what the hell they're doing. And I hate to say this. Jeff Cobbs is so good that I think that WWE is not going to know what to do with him. And I think that he is eventually going to turn on Solo. He's going to get his little break. But I think it's only going to be for a couple weeks. And then he's going to get lost in the shuffle. He's going to wrestle on main event. And then he's going to be hanging out in catering. And I think WWE made the mistake of immediately having him go to the main roster. I think he would have benefited going to NXT because I think his style of wrestling, let the fans get to know who he is, even with this new JC Mateo character. Like, get to know him, not because we already know like he's not actually related to Solo or anybody in his family. It's just it's a weird combination that to me just doesn't work. And they could have built, because you know who Jeff Cobbs always reminded me of? Always reminded me of the War Machine Rhino. Same build, same style, same intensity. You could have built a fucking monster in NXT. And they
I was
missed
going to
the
suggest like a Timo Otis.
But serious, better.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, I hope they have plans for him. And I hate to say this because I do love Jeff Cobbs. But if he's going to keep being JC Potato, he's going to get released within that 3-year contract.
Yeah.
I don't know why they changed his name. Like that was a criticism from the time he debuted.
JC Potato.
WWE, he might not have wanted to sign over his
Facts.
WWE.
Yeah, because he probably freaking knew he was taking a chance and they were going to probably fuck it up. But congratulations to him, though, getting the money, getting the extension.
yeah.
It's always good for somebody, like all jokes aside. But we're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Whether it's 3 years, 5 years, whatever. Yeah, congrats.
I will be making a custom figure once the JC Potato figure comes out. Like, I'm grabbing that head sculpt and I'm putting it right on a potato. 100%. That is a missed opportunity if I don't do that.
just paint a Mr. Potato Head the MFT color like face mask that they do.
You know what?
War
Next
paint.
for Halloween.
You
Let's
kinda
go.
look like him. You got to grow your hair out.
I could just get a wig and put it on a potato, Mr. Potato Head costume. Oh man. Like I think that whole like joke too with the JC like potato thing was just random because like I was trying to like say his name fast or something and then it came off like as potato.
I was just curious how that came about.
Yeah,
I remember coming up with the tallest fuck Tonga and Ray just lost the shit.
you did come up with that. That was funny. All
You know
right,
what I was thinking about the whole JC Mateo name, JC Jeff Cobb. Could it be like a play on like Masa Matanza from Lucha Underground, but like worded a little bit different?
It could be.
I was just thinking about that. I don't
know. It's just a wacky name. Like even the face paint. Like, what the hell are we doing here?
Well, that's what they used to do in New Japan.
Yeah, but like it works for the other guys. He just looks he looks lost. Like he's at a Halloween party and his parents forced him to put on face paint and he didn't want to.
He's like the member of the band Kiss that nobody seems to remember.
Kind of like Veer Mahan.
Oh, I don't
who is that? Oh, that's the drummer. Oh, who's that guy?
Don't go that far though with comparing him to Veer. But let's move on to our last We Are Wrestling Weekly news and rumors, and then we'll get into the farewell match card. And this is about the WWE library because it looks like Peacock, they're starting to erase a lot of the PLEs and a lot of the original content that they were creating.
January.
So, according to Fightful, sources indicate that they expect the WWE library to be slowly rolled out onto their various YouTube channels, such as the WCW Vault, WWE Vault, NXT channel, the WWE channel. What's your thoughts on them utilizing YouTube now and trying to put a lot of their stuff, moving the library completely over there?
I think it's a phenomenal thing to do. And like, even if they didn't want to give everything for free, like, could you imagine the amount of money that they make on just their YouTube channel alone? You know, just like us being content creators and knowing how much we make for the very little views that we get. Like, I mean, post gets anywhere between 100,000 to 1,000,000 views every single time they post something. So they're making a killing on YouTube. So it does make sense. And I also heard that WWE internally has all their content already uploaded onto YouTube somewhere, and that's how the algorithm like picks up like copyright. You know what I mean? So like if we uploaded WWE clips, we'd get copyrighted immediately because the internal system within YouTube already has that content available or uploaded somewhere. It doesn't mean it's public, but it's up there. You know what I mean? So it makes sense that they would want to utilize YouTube. I'm really glad it's not going to ESPN. The second best choice would probably be Netflix if Netflix wanted to pick it up or whatever. But I just feel like having like all the WCW content on the WCW Vault channel, and they even have an ECW channel that was created like a year ago that hasn't uploaded anything or whatever. Maybe that's what they're waiting for.
Undertaker channel too.
Yep, Undertaker has a channel. They started uploading like all his like documentaries and stuff on there and his podcasts, stuff like that. You know what I mean? So like it makes perfect sense. Like utilize the tools that you have. You know what I mean? So then and like having YouTube, like YouTube takes a little bit of a cut of the revenue or whatever, but it's not like you're sharing revenue with all different people or all different platforms or whatever. You know what? So like the sole revenue that they'll make from these channels goes straight to WWE. So.
Well, what Danny is not telling you guys is that he snuck into the WWE headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut, and that's how he knows that WWE has all like the content already uploaded to YouTube is unlisted and private.
You know what I also found out? That there's a secret place. There's a secret place in WWE headquarters that it's like a internal system on like their computers or whatever, and it's under a lock. I think only like 3 or 4 people that work at WWE have access to it, but it says don't open this ever, and that's where a lot of their darker moments happen. Owen Hart's fall, a lot of their.
I've heard that from somebody. But how do you feel about this, Dan, with like the WWE library shifting over to the YouTube?
I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. On the hard part, but anyways, I was just gonna say like Danny pretty much took everything what I was gonna say. Especially that I'm happy that's not going to ESPN because they probably would have tried to squeeze every dollar out of that as well. Maybe make it as an add-on to the other already $30 a month.
Yep.
Like, oh, you can watch all this other footage from back in 1998, but you have to pay an extra $3.99 to get access to it. But I'm glad they're going to YouTube because it's a lot user friendly. First of all, and second of all, it's free, and third of all, it gets. I feel like I'm just being a broken record at this point, but new viewership and more viewership. To be honest. And if it makes our jobs easier, if we were, putting up some sort of wrestler and maybe go on their WWE YouTube channel and finding matches from his or her career, that'll make it easier on us. But it just makes it so much easier and a lot more convenient to know where everything is. Not like, oh, well, this was part of ECW, so we got to go to ECW YouTube or the WCW YouTube channel. Like, it's not like every little channel for this, like this PLE only has its YouTube channel, it's one of those things where you can find a lot easier. The problem I have with this is there's a lot of fucking content. I'm not sure if you guys realize this.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they have WWE content still on Peacock, but yet they're years behind on uploading content. Like, I think they're like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 years behind or something like that.
That's how it is on Netflix with the Raw Vault. They're missing,
and
I would say,
Netflix,
about 80%
they still have the Peacock stuff. They probably still have stuff on Hulu. I don't have Hulu anymore, so I can't look it up, but they probably are behind on that. So that's my only concern is how consistent are they going to be, and are you going to be staying on top of it? That's all.
I will say,
I do think so.
I will say, Donnie, before you give your thoughts real quick, another
better
thing I
be
wanted to
important.
add. Another thing that I wanted to add to what I was saying was, even if WWE did want to have like sort of like a membership system, they give maybe 40% of the content, and then like the other percentage or whatever is behind the sort of like membership program, $4 or $5 a month. That'd be really good. And
Thanks, Daddy. You just freaking helped TKO make $1 million more fucking dollars and making us
Way to
happy.
go.
Oh, keep those, like, when it comes to money ideas, keep that shit to yourself. They're already making enough fucking money off of us with this ESPN deal.
I can't.
Coming from
I
the
don't
guy who
have
promotes
And
the
the ticket.
VPN every podcast.
I don't have ESPN. I watch Netflix.
I had to get it for Survivor Series, but I canceled it immediately.
What happened to the VPN?
I still have VPN, but I had to use. But I can't use the VPN on the TV screen.
Oh yeah.
When I'm down here in my studio, I could use the VPN anytime, and it works.
I understand what you're saying, Danny. It just kind of piques more interest of what content you're going to get with that extra fee. It's
Yeah,
to
fuck.
that they're already. I don't know. I was gonna say they already have their hands full, but they're fumbling the ball anyways. With that extra content though, you have to make it worth it. And even with PLEs, they can't seem to book them right, and that's the main part of us viewing. Like that's what we're watching that for. The TV shows weekly. If we want to watch the replays of all that stuff, you got to make sure that content is great. So if they're not going to be producing great content to begin with, why would we pay that extra fee or whatever to watch those like archive like shows?
Yeah, because also too, I want to say as well, why would we pay for that when people already re-upload these matches that we could already just watch on YouTube or the show?
Well, the thing is, like the thing for like like the tape library, it's not necessarily to watch like recent stuff. It's to go back in like the early '90s, the '80s, the late '90s, early 2000s, Ruthless Aggression, Attitude, all that stuff, whatever. But I also heard that the library is not financially, it's like not financially up there with like a lot of their other stuff, whatever, and like it doesn't seem like people really give a shit about it, so that that's why it's not like a real high priority on their bucket list right now.
But I will say, like, I do hope that they continue to use YouTube as a platform because, like you were saying, like, this is a good way to grow, bring in new fans, watch a lot of the throwback stuff. And YouTube is something that a lot of us individuals, like, we have all these streaming services on our devices, but I know at the end of the night, I'm scrolling on YouTube. I'm watching YouTube videos before I go to sleep. When I wake up, a YouTube video is on. I'm not on Netflix or Paramount or YouTube TV, the things that I'm paying for. I'm on fucking YouTube.
To add on to that too, and Danny, you could probably test this because you actually have kids. When the kids are on their screens and they're just kind of like watching shows, whatever, what platform are they using?
When they're watching like the actual TV, we always have like Disney Plus or like Netflix or whatever. But when like
fair.
when Abby has her tablet or whatever, that kid scrolls like there's no tomorrow on YouTube Shorts, man. She just scrolls and scrolls and scrolls and scrolls.
Exactly my point. That how old is she?
She'll be
bring your
10,
personal
she'll be 10 in April.
Wow.
Okay, so 10 years old, watching YouTube Shorts or YouTube videos. When do you think the YouTube algorithm is going to be, new person, and just kind of sprinkle in some wrestling videos and maybe perhaps create a new fan for the future?
I'm sure they already do that.
Thing too.
Because he talks about wrestling. So like with like
the YouTube part of it is very specific, I think, because we're on YouTube right now. And we're doing wrestling content. So everybody is doing YouTube content on YouTube and Instagram and all these fun things. But when it comes to videos, if the WWE, okay, cool. I touched my mic. I didn't realize make sure it was muted or not. When it comes to WWE putting the content on YouTube, they have the team, the analytics team, to kind of filter in those shorts, to filter in those YouTube clips, to all the people that are using their, screens and their iPads. And especially when it comes to kids these days are asking for screens all the time, working at a school now is sort of one of those things where it just comes about. Like maybe one day at this very moment, some kid watches the first ever wrestling content that they've ever seen. They had no idea who Shawn Michaels was. They had no idea who Joe Hendry is. But then they become a new fan. There we go. New ticket prices, new content, new marketing, advertising, all
weird,
this stuff.
Though, like there's one thing that I've noticed
marketing degree
when it comes to like being a content creator and like being in the whole space, whatever. Like I've sort of understood a little bit more like how the algorithm works a little bit, especially on YouTube and stuff.
I don't either. It scares the living shit out of me.
If you haven't gone on your
I love it. I fucking hate the algorithm.
Like if you start a brand new account or whatever, new email, new everything, and you don't search up any wrestling content, you're more than likely never going to get wrestling content on your feed. You're not going to be scrolling through YouTube shorts and seeing WWE content. You know what I mean? Like, so it's weird. I don't necessarily know if it'll be beneficial to gain more of an audience, because like if somebody doesn't search up or doesn't watch wrestling content to begin with, they're more than likely never going to get any kind of wrestling content within their feed.
Okay, but like, who gives a fuck? Like, it's about like.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just going on what you guys were talking about, bringing in new audiences. I don't see it happening.
It could,
especially if they're not familiar with WWE to begin with, and they don't search up that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, too. You have to think about it. It's gonna bring maybe some old school fans back into the sport, because one of my buddies, Will the Thrill, who I talked about earlier here on the show, he's somebody who doesn't really watch the new product. Like, he won't watch it weekly. Like, he'll keep up with what's happening, and then if like he likes something, he'll watch it. But he's somebody who loves the Attitude Era, and he's somebody that will go on YouTube, and there's these random channels that post these iconic segments and matches and moments, and that's the stuff that he's watching on YouTube, and that's why I'm like, why isn't the WWE capitalizing on that? My buddy is watching these on some other YouTube channel that's not the WWE's.
Yeah,
so WWE should be posting these over to their channel, and that's like why I love this move for the WWE, because YouTube is a massive platform, and it does change lives. It's helped us as well, you and I, Danny, because we've both been doing content on YouTube for such a long time.
Before the podcast, we never really talked. Like, we lived across the street from each other, and we went years without talking. So.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But that's the thing, like with the WWE library, like going over to YouTube, it's just a smart move for all parties involved, especially us diehard We Are Wrestling Maniacs, us fans who love this, because now, like, we're not going to have to pay for Peacock. We're not going to have to pay for Netflix or the WWE Network, which I still will pay for to this day. If it was still around. But at least we'll be able to get our hands on the product, and it might make it easier for us to maybe do a throwback review like we did for Survivor Series this past November for the Getting Put Over. So, like, I just hope that it is more, like, accessible to us, and I hope that WWE does post all this stuff on the channel, because I love the Vault channel. I love what they've done with the WWE Vault channel.
I do too.
The reason why I say, like, maybe
love the warehouse stuff.
Maybe put some of the content behind the paywall is because, like, after the ESPN and Netflix deal comes up,
that's right, Miles.
Maybe they start, maybe they start having YouTube host the PLEs, and obviously, like, you're not going to give those away for free. You're going to want to, whether it's $4 or $5 a month or whatever, it's still better than the WWE Network. So if you have an incentive for people to want to sign up, so like you release like 30-40% of the library, and then the other
he knows best, ladies and gentlemen. Kind of like Ricky knows best. Believe in me. God bless you.
It's me, Ricky Williams. Moxley's just as crazy as him.
No, Ricky! Bullshit!
They do it too sometimes. I'll be catching it.
It's me, Ricky Williams.
Stop playing.
But that's my opinion.
He's so over.
Ricky knows best, ladies and gentlemen. Ricky knows best. Believe in me. God bless you.
What's up, We Are Wrestling? Shout out to the best one. Shout out to Uncle Ben. Shout out to everybody in We Are Wrestling. Y'all want my thoughts, though. Let me get my thoughts on Leon Slater being part of John Cena's farewell. So I told all of y'all, Leon Slater is him. I told everybody Leon Slater was him. And him being on the same ring, another legend in AJ Styles, is even more of a boost because you got the old version of the X Division, aka the inaugural first ever X Division champion, versus the future of the X Division, aka the current X Division champion. I told all of y'all saw about Leon Slater. Pardon me for mixing my words up, but I told everybody about Leon Slater. This kid is greatness, and he's going to continue to be greatness. Whoever doesn't agree is a straight up hater. Like, I don't even care at this point. Y'all just find anything to hate about anyway when it comes to professional wrestling at the end of the day. But I'm getting tired of it. Y'all need to start acknowledging greatness when y'all see it in front of y'all. You know? I keep telling y'all about something. I'm going to keep telling y'all right now, Leon Slater is him. But let me know what y'all think. Like I said, shout out to We Are Wrestling. Shout out to everybody over there. Peace out.
Well, Ricky knows best. I guess he was getting impatient because it's time to talk about this upcoming Saturday night main event, John Cena Farewell Tour, his final match. Talk about these exhibition matches that are going to be happening, including John Cena's farewell match. And I guess we should talk about the individual since Ricky shared his thoughts on it. We have a tag team match that's happening. We have AJ Styles and Dragon Lee defending their Raw World Tag Team Championships against NXT's Javon Evans and TNA X Division Champion Leon Slater.
I like the match, but I wish it wasn't for the tag team titles. For one simple reason. It makes the match more predictable that Dragon Lee and AJ Styles are going to win. As opposed to if the titles weren't on the line, the match literally could have gone any which way. I don't see them putting the Raw one of the Raw tag team titles on a TNA talent. I just don't. Majority of the partnership is with NXT and TNA, not main roster stuff. So that's why I don't see it. So I'm not that big of a fan of the titles being on the line.
Yeah, so I agree with that because I feel like AJ Styles and Dragon Lee are gonna have the titles for a little bit now that the Usos are back into the tag team, mix of it all. So I think it's gonna be a great match to begin with, and it gives Javon Evans and Leon Slater a chance to show what they have with the millions of viewers that are gonna be watching this because of John Cena, and that's what John Cena wanted. He wanted to show off the new era of wrestlers that are coming in after him, and stepping down and giving these guys a chance to prove themselves, like Kurt Angle gave John Cena. So I don't see Javon Evans and Leon Slater winning either. But do I think it's gonna be a terrible match? Hell no. So I'm interested in just watch it and have a great time.
I see why Ricky interrupted this programming because I didn't even put two and two together. Leon Slater and AJ Styles are on his Mount Rushmores. He has four guys that are his guys. He's going to ride with them all the way out to the sunset. And that's Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay. Yes, he is going to die on that hill. Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay, AJ Styles, and Leon Slater. And I will say this. When I met Leon Slater at TNA Bound for Glory, which is in the vlog, even had to shout out Ricky Knows Best because before all the hype, Ricky was telling me about this individual who was from the UK, who was very talented, and he was a young guy. Reminded him of a young, phenomenal one himself. I'm really, really excited about the matchup. I do agree with Danny. I don't like that the tag titles are on the line because as much as it would be kind of cool to see Javon and in the tag team championships, especially for the fact that it's the Forbidden Door, it would be so unpredictable. And I love the pairing of Javon and Leon. And I think if Leon ever left TNA to go to WWE, they would definitely have the two team together because the chemistry is there. I don't like the predictability, but for this exhibition like matches, I'm not thinking about, the tag team championships. I'm not overanalyzing it because at the end of the day, John Cena said, this is for these young guys to get an opportunity. And that's all I'm thinking about when it comes to these matches. I don't care who wins. I want a great match. I want Leon and Javon to get this experience, to work with a guy like AJ Styles before he decides to hang his boots up, which will probably happen sometime next year. The only thing I don't like about this, and I love Leon Slater, so I'm not like disrespecting him in any way here when I say this, but John Cena said he wants to give future WWE superstars the opportunity in these exhibition matches. Leon Slater, love the kid to death. He is going to be one of the best professional wrestlers in this business. He's in his early 20s right now.
I was going to say, they're both 21 years old.
But he is taking the opportunity away from a younger guy who is currently signed to a WWE contract.
Two 21-year-olds going up against a 30 and a 48-year-old.
Yeah, but I'm just taking the words out of John Cena's mouth.
I understand that, but like Javon and Leon Slater have been teaming up for a while. You know what I mean? They've been on TV and PLEs together and stuff like that. So it does make sense that they'd be in this match together.
Yeah, of course. Like it makes sense, but I'm just saying, John Cena wants to focus on bettering the WWE.
And like if you took Leon Slater out of this match, you would have to take Javon Evans out of the match too, because there's nobody else that I feel like he would want to team up with. So
I'm just saying they have a lot of very talented.
Unless they did AJ versus Javon Evans, which I could have seen.
Ooh.
But I like Alex Johnson's comment. Pull that up. I mean,
which one?
We sort of
you want to read the comment?
Well, AJ Styles and Dragon Lee wins by AJ Styles pinning Leon Slater, therefore making AJ Styles versus Leon Slater for the X Division Championship on the AMC network debut of TNA Wrestling.
Ooh, don't get me excited.
That'd be something.
They could do something like that. There's always a possibility.
Don't tease me with a good time.
Part of me does feel like that's something similar is going to happen, because I don't see them wanting to pin Javon Evans on that show, because Javon Evans has been like, he's been a workhorse. They've had him on Raw, they've had him on SmackDown in a tag team. They've had all over TNA and NXT PLEs. Like, they might want to pin somebody, other than Javon, and the only other person is Leon Slater.
But I don't think we need to be overanalyzing this. Like, these are exhibition matches at the end of the day, and this is just to get new eyes on these kids. And that's why I think they are giving the opportunity to Javon and Leon. And I think WWE, I will say this, and I'm scared. Like, I hope Leon doesn't leave TNA to go to WWE, but with putting him in the Iron Survivor match, putting him on the card for John Cena's farewell match.
They might buy out his contract like they did with Joe Hendry.
Leon is probably going to end up going to WWE, and I don't want him to leave TNA. I don't know. Like, that's like my only little critique is like, it's taking away from a WWE guy that's there. But I am excited for that. But that's the thing. I'm putting all that to the side because the matchup is going to be a fun one, especially with Dragon Lee in there too.
Yeah.
Another high flyer.
This match is gonna be fire.
So overall, I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen. I don't think no storylines further or anything. I just think all four guys are going to get their spots. They're going to get just more eyes on them.
It kind of does make the goal. It kind of does make you think, though, with the whole talk about them TNA wanting AJ on the first episode. Now they want to put they're putting AJ Styles in a match with a TNA wrestler. Like, it kind of makes you think a little bit, doesn't it?
Not really. Not in this case. Like, if it happens, it happens. I just think that this is just a great opportunity for Javon and Leon, who are 21 years old. This is what this is all about with John Cena's exhibitions. But let's move on.
Javon and Leon are the future.
But let's move on to our next match here on the card. Cody Rhodes, the WWE champion, versus the NXT champion, Obafemi.
This match, like, I gotta admit, man, like when I watched NXT Deadline, I went into the show being like, yeah, this I don't see Obafemi winning. I feel like he's gonna lose, and then he's gonna get taken off TV and be brought to the main roster during next month during the Rumble. I still kind of feel like that's gonna happen. I'll explain why in a minute. But I do like this match. Just the fact that everybody has been talking about like the future of WWE. Like, there's nobody better, to have that representation than Obafemi. Like, the guy's a monster, and just the fact that this is going to be his first match on the main roster since he got signed to WWE, and they're putting him in their ring with Cody fucking Rhodes, the WWE champion, versus NXT champion. Like, this is going to be monstrous. And I do think that Obafemi is going to win because I don't see Drew McIntyre allowing this match to go on without any kind of interference. So I do think Obafemi is going to get the win. I'm going with it.
Interesting.
Cody Rhodes attacked Drew McIntyre in his car. You're telling me he's just going to allow this match happen and not say a fucking word about it. And that's going to be able to set up Cody Rhodes versus Drew McIntyre. I'm telling you, Obafemi is winning this fucking match.
I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking the exact same thing. I just don't want you to take credit for it. I'm interested in this match too, but I think it's opening up so many opportunities for Obafemi. Whether he wins or lose, it's a win-win for him because he's getting a spotlight on him with, like what you said, the WWE champion Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare, and the fact that they even did this, like with Cody Rhodes going to NXT, be like, hey, whoever wins faces me. And I think this is part of like a long-term storyline as well. I feel it, whether it is Drew McIntyre interfering at this match Saturday or, Obafemi losing, but yet, we already probably had Braun Breaker win their Royal Rumble. But I'll say Obafemi getting a chance to cash in on Rhodes or get another rematch when he's not champion. And this will just bring Obafemi more and more into the main roster once he's basically there already. But there's so many ideas that they could do with this. It's fucking crazy how
here's how I think it plays out. I think Drew McIntyre interferes, allowing Obafemi to take advantage of Cody Rhodes. Obafemi, he wins the match or whatever. He sees what's happening. He sees that he won because of Drew McIntyre's interference, and obviously him being a babyface, he doesn't like that. So Drew McIntyre is beating up Cody. I feel like Obafemi helps Cody. They take out Drew McIntyre, and then they're both shaking hands and congratulating each other in the middle of the ring and letting the. That's what I think happens, man. I think Obafemi wins, but
I don't think I don't know. Like, I could see McIntyre getting involved, but then again, I can't because I feel like Triple H is going to look at the bigger picture here because obviously WWE, they have a lot of stocks in Obafemi. The man's winning percentage in NXT is very, very high, like Gunter, which Dan Eddy, please look that up right now for me.
I'm already on.
Exactly. No. Well, let me
I was like, what percentage? Oh, let me look it up.
The bigger picture here. That's why I don't think Drew will get involved. I think he's going to get kicked out of the arena before the match even happens because I do think that the women's match, somebody else is going to get involved, but I'll save that for in a moment. But I think what's going to happen here at the bigger picture is I can already see it happening 2 to 3 years from now when Obafemi is going for the WWE Championship against Cody Rhodes. And I could already see the Triple H narrating in the video package. And they're going to say, all the way back to John Cena's final match, Oba and Cody for the first time went against each other. And I do think Cody will probably beat Oba in this match. And then I think going into the match a couple of years from now, maybe a year or two from now, Obafemi will beat Cody Rhodes for the championship. And I think that this is the start of something big that's going to happen in WWE because I think Cody and Oba, they're going to feud at some point when Oba gets up to the main roster. Won't happen right away, but I think it will happen. What's the percentage?
But the thing is, you got to remember, like, they're not going to have all the NXT talent, lose. And so far, we have Javon and Leon Slater losing. We have Obafemi losing. I don't see Obafemi losing this match. I really don't. I
hope he wins.
I see them having a feel-good moment, them both taking out Drew McIntyre, having a feel-good moment. Cody shakes Obafemi's hand. They raise each other's hand in the middle of the ring, have that money shot with the hard cam. And that's really going to solidify Obafemi's future for WWE greatness.
But I think that Cody's going to beat Oba, and then I think McIntyre interferes after the match when Cody is half broken by this guy. And then that's when Obafemi is going to help take out Drew McIntyre, and then him and Cody are going to shake hands in the ring. And Cody's going to put him over because you don't have to always win to be put over.
Yeah, but I have
like Dan Eddy said, this is a win-win situation for Obafemi, whether he wins or loses. This is a big opportunity for him because he is the future of this business.
I just have a strong feeling that Obafemi is going to win.
And you have to remember, these are exhibition matches. I don't think a lot of these storylines are going to happen.
Can't go wrong with your gut. I mean, we can say you're wrong, but if you're right, I'll say you're right.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And hey, if I'm wrong, like I'll admit it. Like I hope Oba wins. I want him to, because I think it benefits Oba more beating Cody. Because then when Oba eventually becomes a threat to Cody's championship, Cody then he lost to him when he was at NXT. Imagine he's up to the main roster, wins the Rumble, and goes after Cody.
Well, here's what I was gonna say. Here's what I was gonna say about this whole Obafemi Javon thing. I feel like at New Year's Eve, Obafemi loses the NXT title, gets taken off of TV. That's his last night in NXT. He shows up in the Rumble in Saudi Arabia, and that's gonna be his first night as a main roster superstar.
Oh, I hope so. And they better have to throw out.
That's why I feel like Obafemi's gonna win this match just to lose to Javon Evans in the beginning of January, New Year's Eve, and then he's gonna be getting called up on the main roster.
Javon Evans is feuding with Ricky Saints now because Ricky turned heel. But
he wants the title.
But he ain't gonna get the title because he has to feud with Ricky. Ricky wants his belt too.
Bro, he won the Iron Survivor Challenge. He's getting a shot at Obafemi.
He already did on NXT this past Tuesday.
That happened last night? Oh, my
yes. Javon Evans.
I didn't watch the show.
And you always come at me for not watching the weekly shows, pal.
I don't watch the weekly NXT shows.
This is what happens when you watch the shows. You become champion. I only watch the highlights of the clips. This is what I do. I'm the real champion. You guys are fucking idiots. I'm a real champion. I watched the whole show.
The 1 week that I actually watched the full NXT show because I'm cleaning my studio, Javon Evans did cash in the Iron Survivor because he didn't want Oba to hold the championship. All the tables have turned.
I'm at the point of taking back everything that I fucking said about Javon Evans. Fuck the guy.
Shit.
Wait, you really didn't know that happened last night?
No, I did not. I did not watch any NXT. I did not watch any highlights. I didn't watch
nothing. I don't know if you're going to be the ruler of the We Are Wrestling Predictions champion at this point. You're getting too comfortable.
I'm the champion. Yeah, I'm the shit. Yeah. You guys don't know wrestling at all.
The thing is, you can ask anybody here that's ever in my chat, in my watch logs or whatever. I always reiterate that I do not watch the NXT shows on a regular basis. I watch the Go Home show and I watch the PLEs. I do not watch NXT weekly. I do not.
I don't even know what I'm looking up anymore.
The ruler of the We Are Wrestling Predictions champion. He's getting too comfortable. You will be defeated. Champion. Royal Rumble predictions. Bookmark this post.
Now.
That's a good impression.
Thank you.
I love Obafemi, dude. He's growing so much on me. But overall, just like this
Come on,
part,
analytics.
I'm excited.
Jesus Christ. What are you doing?
I forgot what I was looking up.
What's the win percentage for Obafemi in NXT?
Oh, okay, not bad. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, so I don't know. Overall, like this is a win-win because like this is the start of something great when it comes to Obafemi. So I'm excited.
Drew McIntyre's gonna cost Cody the match. Obafemi's gonna win. That's gonna lead to
Why are you whispering? What is this, ASMR?
Yes. Welcome to the ASMR.
Please don't say yes like that again. All right. Well, while you get the stats for this, Dan.
Podcast. Today we have a lot.
I can't find like his matches.
That's
in
all right.
terms
His
of
percentage,
NXT
he's
specifically.
more than. I think he's 90%.
Go to cagematch.net. Okay, cage match. That's what Tony Khan uses.
Cage match. Done that. All right. Well, let's move on because we're getting way off track here. We still have a getting put over in a main event topic. And we're already at about 3 hours. What a long episode. Oh my God.
We're
I can't
bleeding,
imagine that
we're
goes
bleeding
across
into AEW Dynamite, but nobody gives a fuck. We still retained our viewership.
All right. Well, our next match on the card we have is another exhibition match. Bailey versus Sol Ruka.
They're all exhibition matches. You don't need to say another. We have another exhibition match.
All right, champ. You want to take over the hosting abilities? All right. What's your thoughts on this?
Do we all like take a gummy or something? What the?
Too much snowball slushy.
That's true.
I'm
ahead,
actually looking forward to this match, man. Like no bullshit. Sol Ruka has the most innovative finisher of any pro wrestler I've ever seen, man.
Greatest finisher in the modern era.
Soul Snatcher. Oh my fucking God.
It's a fucking beauty.
Chef's kiss.
This match is gonna be good, and then like it not only showcases Sol Ruka, but it also showcases Bailey, you know, because she was kept off of a lot of big shows this year. So like putting her in that position,
that's true.
And like she's really good at like making newcomers like look really good in the ring or whatever. So if you're gonna have anybody in there with Sol Ruka in like a big match like this, you're gonna want somebody like Bailey because she's absolutely phenomenal at what she does.
Mm-hmm. Now I have a quick question. Do you guys think Zarya is gonna turn on her?
What?
Because they have been teasing it for quite a while.
I feel it.
Who is going to turn on who?
Zarya.
The chick with the red hair that's been with Sol Ruka for a little while.
Thick ass spear. Yeah. Possibly. Yeah.
I don't want it to happen at Saturday Night main event.
Dude, honestly, her spear is up there with Braun Breaker, to be honest. I'm not kidding. It's just it's a beauty. In terms of like beautiful finishers like the Soul Snatcher, in terms of like the spear, hers is up there. I think so. I think so, actually.
Tomorrow, Friday.
Yeah, so I don't know. Like that's also a possibility that could happen. But like overall, like I'm excited about this, and I feel like if there is one person that's going to win from NXT, it's going to be Sol, because I think it just benefits her beating Bailey, and it's not one of those like win-win situations.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just so happy that Sol Ruka is on this card because it does show you that WWE does see the potential in her. And I'm loving that, like, she's really, like, putting these pieces together like a puzzle with her character. Like, I love everything about the gimmick with the whole surfer thing. It's not, like, full-on gimmicky. Like, it feels like Sol Ruka, like an actual person that has the feelings, because at times she is a babyface, but at times we get that heel attitude of hers when she loses something big or she has an altercation with her best friend, Zarya. So, like, I love that there's so much in-depth characters, like, with her. And then I love that, like, she even wears, like, the bikini as well, too. Like, she's been adding that to her, like, gimmick, which I like, which fits the beach vibe.
Alex Johnson, I could actually see that now that, like, I'm really thinking about it, Zarya not turning it until next year, because they could easily have Zarya versus Sol Ruka as a program going into this game.
That's probably what they'll do. Like, I can't see if Bailey was a heel, maybe Zarya would help her, but babyface versus babyface, they're not going to do that. But they will build the tension a little bit there with the friendship like they've been doing. But overall, I'm excited, and I hope Sol Ruka gets the win, because I think her getting that Soul Snatcher on Bailey would be epic.
Bro, that's so the Soul Snatcher is the most innovative finisher of anybody in pro wrestling, bro.
And there's fucking people doing it on everybody. Like, shut the fuck up.
That's her finisher.
And it's actually one of like the one finishers that nobody's ever done before until her.
I don't
That's
think it's
hard.
similar to a lot of other moves, to be honest.
Yeah, but a lot of
Yeah,
people
that
what
is rare these days.
So the IWC, what they critique when it comes to the move, Dan, is people a lot of the times when she does the Soul Snatcher, they pretty much like dive in, so it looks gimmicky and doesn't look good. Even though like it's like
they do it for the Cody Cutter.
Exactly.
If you see the guy, if you see the person getting the Cody Cutter, you see him lean in so Cody actually can grab him after flying back from the ropes.
Yep.
Safe wrestling.
But I'm so
But yeah,
happy.
people
So
can critique it.
out of all the women wrestlers that are getting an opportunity here, it's Sol Ruka. I am so happy about that. All right, what opening match for Saturday Night Main Event?
You better be fucking lying about this, bro. Like, I'm not.
I'm not. It's according to Wrestling Observer.
I can't find it anywhere, bro. It's not on Fightful. It's not on PW Insider. Like, nobody's talking about this.
X.
And I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be fucking listening to fucking Dave Meltzer.
You're toxic like all them on there.
Do you think somebody like Donnie, one of the John Cena fans there is going to pull your chain like that?
Listens to these fucking parody accounts thinking that they're legitimately news sites. So
well,
I'm not
Dave
gonna
Meltzer, you might not like the guy in his rating system, but he does bat pretty good for his reports. So maybe some of the AEW stuff is a little out of line, but when it comes to WWE, he's pretty good at it.
Yes,
He doesn't
Dave
strike out
Meltzer,
often.
Yes, Dave Meltzer, the guy that wrote an entire report that parody account, and then he ended up fucking deleting it once he found out it was a
All right, well,
parody
this is
account.
Brian. This is Brian, the actual sane one out of the two. And he reported this. So basically, the opening contest for Saturday Night Main Event is going to be John Cena's last match versus Gunter.
Yeah.
That's going to be your face when I take the title from you at the Rumble.
No, because like, bro, like, I thought we were gonna get this big moment. John Cena was gonna have his final match, and then we were gonna have like a big celebration afterwards, and like all the superstars were gonna come out and like celebrate his career. It's like you can't do that if it's the first match. You can't have John Cena cut a fucking promo thanking everybody for coming. Like you can't have all that shit be done if it's the first match.
Do you think he's going to be thanking people right away, like after Gunter chops the living fuck out of him? Actually, be a good thing that he's starting things off because then he'll have some time to heal the chest. So by the end of the night, he can come out and thank everybody.
I don't think so. I'm so disappointed.
But it should be the main event. I do agree with that.
It's his last fucking match. Of course it should be. And like he wants all these exhibition matches and shit. Once John Cena wrestles, 90% of the audience is going to tune the fuck out because who the fuck cares about NXT talent? People that don't watch on a regular basis. It'd make more sense to have John Cena's final match be the main event. That way you have people watch the entire fucking show. When they have a 90% drop off of the ratings after John Cena wrestles Gunther, I don't want to hear no fucking complaining and bitching. Bro. Triple H is a fucking asshole. Bro.
Hey, this is the guy. This is the guy you were praising for years, wanting to take Vince's spot.
This is true. Fuck Triple H. Fuck WWE. Fuck everybody that works at WWE. And I hope you fucking. I hope you have some kind of like explosion happen.
He's talking diarrhea.
All right, Donnie. So it'll be me, you next week on the podcast then.
Yeah, apparently Danny's brain's gonna blow up from this. Pretty much WWE. So Danny, what WWE is saying here is
fuck you, Danny.
Pretty much because they're saying the NXT guys are more deserving of a main event spot than the ring general Gunther. John Cena during his last match.
I mean, I get Danny's point.
I get it, dude. It's just funny.
I'm upset too about it because I don't know what they're gonna do now with this whole farewell gesture. If he's just gonna stand there and wave at the crowd, or if he's gonna, like you said, Donnie, have his match, heal up, and then come back afterwards after the last match and do a little quick promo, and let them not cut him off early like they did to Goldberg. I think that's probably the way they're gonna go, because maybe they'll show him throughout the night to keep people tuned in to see what he's gonna do. But in terms of like his last ever match, it feels just like a main event on Saturday night's main event. Oh my God, there's a good idea. Oh, that's crazy. But we're gonna make him the opening match. So I understand Danny's crash out just now, but it's
because there's going to be people that tune out.
The stadium, the arena is going to be full for Cena's last match, and then once the match happens, all you're going to see is a bunch of empty chairs.
It's going to be like TNA Bound for Glory when the Dudleys and the Hardys were the second to last match, and like 75% of the people left, and nobody was there for Santana when he won the world title, when that should have happened at Slammiversary in fucking New York.
Yeah. By the way, Donnie, I can't find that stat on
That's
OFME.
okay. That's okay, man. I appreciate you trying. But, dude, when it comes to John Cena with, like, the farewell, like, I do agree with what Danny's saying. I just think it's funny how pissed off he is, because before we went live, ladies and gentlemen, Danny had no idea about this whole Gunther and John Cena opening contest. But I think they're doing this.
Right.
I think they're doing this because Gunther is literally going to kill John Cena with these chops.
A little behind the curtain for the audio listeners and everybody tuning in. I tuned in halfway through his crash out, and I had no idea that he was like going crazy off of that. I tune in. We have our streaming platform. We have our streaming platform that we log in before we click the live button and go on YouTube and entertain all you guys. I was joining the streaming platform, and Danny was mid crash out, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" Because he was so pissed.
Yeah, he was.
I found it.
Okay, wait, real quick. Okay, while you found it, I just want to say, with John Cena and Gunther opening off the show, I don't like it for the fact that there is going to be people that just tune out, even though I feel like the true fans would watch the entire show, because this is what John Cena wants. That's the only thing that he asked for during this entire farewell tour, was doing these exhibition matches, because he wants to pretty much leave the company better than he joined the WWE. But I do think that they're doing this because it's going to be brutal, his match with Gunther. You know Cena's going to give it everything he's got, so he's going to need some time to rest. And I think after the main event, which will probably be Oba and Cody, that's when the WWE roster will come out to the ring. Triple H is going to probably cut one of those promos, putting himself over, but he's going to honor and give John Cena his flowers. Cena's going to come out, cut an emotional promo to the crowd, send them home sad and just emotional.
Dan Eddy, check your messenger, man.
Huh?
Check your messenger.
What, we're playing fucking telephone over here?
No, but I use ChatGPT, and I think I found out the answer to our problems.
These episodes are too fucking long.
Bro, I'm so over the whole fucking, like, if John Cena, if the reports are right and we do get John Cena versus Gunther opening the show,
are you gonna only watch that match and then you're gonna get off your stream?
I mean, no, but I'm just like,
man.
I can tell you a huge part of the excitement of, just fucking left. Like, I'm not even really excited for the show anymore. Like, honest to God, I'm not. Because I thought, like, John Cena's last match was supposed to be a big moment. Like, how are we supposed to enjoy the other matches on the card?
Danny, this has his wins and losses through NXT throughout the years, but we were looking up in terms of NXT history if he has the most wins or not.
Oh, well.
That's what I was trying to look up and sort of like overall rankings. But that's good looking out.
But yeah, no, like, here's the thing, Danny. I'm gonna say this to you because right now we're live on a Wednesday, 8:00 Eastern Standard Time, and I want to say this because we still have a couple days until Saturday night main event, which we will be doing a watch along here on the We Are Wrestling YouTube channel, and I know you'll be doing it on your channel as well. But I would really try to look at this from a different perspective, because this is John Cena's last match. And I feel like if you're going to go into the show already with a negative mindset, you're not going to feel those emotions and you're not going to really enjoy it and really just sink it in that this is the last time.
Bro, Triple H has fucking butchered this entire last run, and you can't.
But I'm just, okay, but here's the thing.
I don't think it's entirely Triple H's fault.
We could talk about this. We're going to talk about all of it next week on our live special episode here that we're going to be dedicating to Cena.
This is just another thing that fucking Triple H and his
But I'm telling you this right now,
killed.
Danny, I promise you need to live in this moment right now. Try not to overthink about any of this because I promise you might not regret it right away, but you're going to. With this.
Do we know who's producing this?
Enjoy the ride.
Like how we were saying Shawn Michaels was doing Deadline.
I'm not sure. They usually come out with the producers after the show with like the reports.
Okay.
But who do you guys think is going to win? Because
I
I do see Alex Johnson here saying he thinks Cena's going to win, but on the other hand,
I think Cena wins because I don't see him losing, back-to-back matches.
I wish that your title was on the line right now. Because Gunter's definitely beating Cena.
Technically, it's your fault, Donnie, because you changed the rules.
The only way I'm seeing that happen. The only way I see that happening is if Gunther legitimately chokes him out, and makes him tap. He's only tapped out to Chris Benoit and Kurt Angle. Those are
I think he's gonna tap. I think he's gonna tap out.
You gotta think about it. Everybody that Gunther's beat in this tournament, he's made them tap out. He's choked them out. So.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I do think that John Cena's old school, so he's going to want to put over the person that he's wrestling in his last match. That's why I think Gunter's going to win.
He's tapped out to Chris Jericho, Chris Benoit, and Kurt Angle twice.
Wow. All right. Well, with that being said now, let's get into the... With that being said, let's get into the Getting Put Over segment. Every week we do this thing called the Getting Put Over segment. We pick one past, present, or future professional wrestler and we put them over. We talk about the defining moments, the accolades, the rivalries, the segments, and our biggest what ifs. It's time to put a new wrestler over in the We Are Wrestling Getting Put Over segment. All right, well, it's another week here live on the We Are Wrestling podcast. Of course, overtime as always. And last week we put over Ethan Carter III. This week, Dan Eddy. It was your pick. Who are we putting over?
I'm so excited. She's my favorite wrestler. We are putting over the prodigy, the one and only Roxanne Perez. Oh, so freaking cute. Yes.
All right. Well, we are going to be putting over Roxanne Perez. This is your first time listening or watching the We Are Wrestling podcast. The way we like to do this, we go over the accolades and we ask you guys your favorite title run, favorite match, favorite segment, favorite year, favorite rivalry, a dream opponent, and a what if. So here we go. Oh, Ricky, what the hell are you doing here? There we go. All right, we're back.
I want to see Roxanne.
With the Getting Put Over, Roxanne Perez, and here we go with the accolades. So, Roxanne Perez in 2021, she won the Ring of Honor Female Wrestler of the Year and New Star of the Year. In 2021, she was a one-time Ring of Honor Women's World Champion. Also in 2022, when she joined the WWE, she won the NXT Breakout Tournament, being the youngest winner. And then in 2022, she also won the NXT Iron Survivor match. One-time NXT Women Tag Team Champions with one of her best friends, Cora Jade. Two-time NXT Women's Champion, and I believe she might be one of the longest reigning champions. Two-time. And then in 2024, her highest ranking in the Pro Wrestling Illustrated Top 500 was number 11 in the top 250 women wrestlers. She's also a one-time WWE Women Tag Team Champions with her fellow partner, Raquel Rodriguez of the Judgment Day. And let's get into our favorite title run of good old Roxanne Perez.
So real quick, Donnie, she is, if you add both of her title reigns, she equals 385 days, which is 4th behind Mandy Rose, Asuka, and Shayna Baszler.
Woo!
With 549 days.
All right. Well, what do you got, Danny, for us?
My favorite title run would have to be her NXT title when she was feuding with Julia. I didn't watch much NXT, like I said. I don't watch on a regular basis or whatever. But like anytime Roxanne was on the show, like it just felt musty and felt important. You know what I mean? And it's been a while since you felt that way because the last time I feel like NXT was really, really like red hot was Black and Gold. And whenever Roxanne was on the show, it just sort of had it resembled that a little bit, with the aggression that she had. So I got to go with her NXT title run.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. So I went with her 2024 NXT Women's Championship, which is her second reign. I believe that's the same one as Danny's because she does feud with Julia. She played a heel so well. Like she's got that feistiness, that like charisma that she can put into the ring with her wrestling, arsenal. She had some unbelievable matches when I was watching back, like including Jordan Grace with when she was the TNA Knockouts champion, I believe. And Jada Parker, who I can go on a tangent, who is not getting as much flowers as she deserves. I was telling you guys that in chat. It was fucking ridiculous. But that match, when she had it with Roxanne, was great too. And that's her longest WWE title reign, period. Like, not her longest title reign ever as a wrestler, but in WWE terms, yeah.
Yeah, she is a very good heel. Always been a better heel than a face, in my opinion. But I did have to go with her first NXT championship run here because I thought like she was the perfect like baby face. And that's hard to create in the lab. Like Roxanne Perez during her first run in NXT reminded me of a younger Bailey, like with the hugger gimmick. And we'll get into that in just a moment. But overall, like Roxanne Perez, like I just enjoyed the title run. She was putting on great matches. I thought she was doing her job as a babyface, and she was just being a dominant defending champion, continuing to put more women on the map and proving that NXT women's division is one of the most stacked divisions in all of professional wrestling. So I had to go with her first run, even though I did really enjoy the second run as well.
Yep.
Getting into our favorite match of Roxanne's.
My favorite match has to be her. I want to say it was her first Rumble appearance, if I remember correctly.
This was second, actually, when she did the hour.
She this was where she beat, I believe, Bailey's record of being in the Rumble the longest. I mean, that was a great, testament to her as a performer. Because I don't imagine that's easy. So I definitely had to go with that, and people still talk about it till this day.
And honestly, that's how you create new stars. So I really do like that. And I was actually contemplating on going with the Rumble or the Chamber, but I didn't.
The Royal Rumble is a great way to create new stars. I went. It was hard to choose, to be quite honest. And I
look at that handsome Bella.
Who's that guy? I went with when she faced Jada Parker in No Mercy 2024 for the NXT Women's Championship. That was one of her matches that she had as her second reign with it. I got hyped behind Jada Parker's pre-match promo before she walked out into the ring, and both had great chemistry. And that's one thing that we look for in the ring, as not just wrestling fans or wrestling creators, but just people that enjoy and believe that make a great match and storyline. To be quite honest. And also that part when Roxanne just throws Jada Parker into the steel steps, and when she does the pop rocks to Jada Parker on top of the broken barricade, those two were crazy spots. And plus, speaking of Julia, it was the surprise NXT debut of Julia after the match, when she shows up after Roxanne wins. And also, can I get to the yams? Yeah,
Dude,
yams.
let me tell you, when it comes to NXT debuts, like Julia's was one of my favorite debuts, like ever in NXT. Like
I was like, oh, I know her.
It's so sad that like it hasn't translated over to the main roster with her, because her NXT run was special, and I thought she was going to be a bigger star on the main roster than Stephanie because of the NXT run.
Yeah.
But man, this was a great match, and Roxanne, like that pop rocks such a. So when it comes to her matches, it was very tough because I've always said she is one of the best, one of the brightest, youngest female performers out there. And
she's 24 years
good.
old right now. It's
And
so fucking crazy.
And that's the crazy thing about it is like she's so young and she understands how the business works. Like from start to finish,
Yeah.
she knows how to put on a good match. She knows when to make the spots actually mean something. And that's why like I've always been such a big fan of her work. So I have to go with a triple threat match that happened at NXT Vengeance Day.
Choose that one. That was
With
such a good
Roxanne
match.
defending the championship versus Toxic
Oh,
Attraction, Gigi
a good
Dolan and JC Jane. And I enjoyed this because this is where like we started to see like the cracks in Toxic Attraction.
Yep.
Because these two were trying to get the championship and they just told a perfect story where like it isn't possible for two people to hold a championship, and it's every woman for themselves. And I thought they did a great job telling the story here. Roxanne, like I said before, love the babyface run that she did have during this time. Great dominant babyface champion that the fans could just get behind because she's so good at what she does. And I thought they did such a great job with the storyline and the match delivered.
You know why I felt like you were going to pick this match, Donnie?
Why?
But because you
It's not sponsored
tend to
Priscilla.
promote. Yeah. I was like, there's a chance he might actually.
Two matches we have sponsored
I don't
of Priscilla
know.
Kelly's,
I don't
which you can check
know.
out on the We Are Wrestling YouTube channel.
I'll let him choose if he does, and then boom, he do it. That's all. That's hilarious.
Also, by the way, I got to shout out Roxanne here, and I got
Shout out.
to put over the picnic gear that she's wearing.
She has so many cool outfits.
Looks like Yogi Bear and Boo Boo are gonna freaking steal her.
I was gonna pick that. What PLE was it? But when she faced Lyra Valkyria, she had that like forest green outfit on, and she had
Great gear choices for her.
great gear
But
choices.
let's get into our favorite segment of Roxanne's.
My favorite segment is when she confronted CM Punk on NXT. I think it was one of CM Punk's first times on NXT television. And it's very known that Roxanne as well as Cora Jade grew up massive CM Punk fans or whatever. And just to see like her getting into her heel character so much to the point to where she's actually like disrespecting this guy that like she grew up like idolizing. Like it was really a testament to her character and like, the lengths that she'll go to like protect her character as far as like being a bad guy or a bad girl goes.
And also like protecting her championship that she didn't want to lose either.
Yeah. She is also a huge AJ Lee fan too. That's why she was like, I prefer your wife when she was confronting him. I mean, anytime she's on camera, but if I had to pick one segment, she's a killer on the mic already.
God,
so I don't
know
which
who's worse,
woman
Alex
she
Johnson
is.
with Liv Morgan or you with Roxanne Perez. Gee, I can't fucking escape.
Or Rage with Rhea Ripley. I mean, this is my Rhea Ripley, so this is mine.
You guys
Rhea
are all
Ripley.
fascinated with women that were in Judgment Day.
Hey,
women that.
Meanwhile, Danny's going after girls like Awesome Kong.
No, but it's kind of hilarious that you guys are all infatuated with females that have been with Dirty Dom. It's just that it's kind of funny.
What can we say? He's got good taste, man.
Hey, you can't keep getting away with it. I went with the segment where she came out dressed as Hugger Bailey to distract Bailey when she was in the match with I believe it was JC Jane when Bailey was on NXT. I want to say it was JC Jane because I thought it was. She's done the babyface character with her first NXT reign. She did the heel with her second NXT title reign. And when she was feuding with Bayley, she can kind of go flip-flop between being an asshole, respectfully, or being respectfully, and like behind having the crowd behind her as well. It's just one of those things where she can do a lot of these different switch moves. So I thought that was funny, and also you don't see anybody doing that outside of like the Miz, coming out cosplaying like The Rock or LA Knights.
I wish we would get more cosplaying like in the WWE.
I do too.
Because those were some of the best segments back in the day.
Especially in NXT, you don't get that a lot.
But with Roxanne, like, here's a cool little thing. So before she did this on TV, years ago in like an NXT like house show, they did like a Halloween costume battle royal, and she actually dressed up as Bayley, and it went viral.
Yeah, I saw YouTube.
So I'm actually kind of cool. I'm kind of happy that they did this like when they were actually feuding, because she does pull it off pretty good.
Yeah, she's hilarious.
All right, well, getting into my favorite segment, it was hard because she's okay at cutting promos, but like I've never been invested in one of her like storylines. Like, I don't know, like she's like hit people, but like didn't like bury them. And that's what I like in a segment. I like when
she fucking slaps almost everybody that she has a promo with.
She is good. She is good, but I had to go with her giving Dirty Dom some chicken tendies.
Those are chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggies.
Chicken nuggies.
Yo, those look like McDonald's chicken nuggets.
Hey, I mean,
don't disrespect the McDonald's
drive-thru.
Yeah, she got those in the drive.
Look at the way she's looking at Dom's mustache.
That's right.
That's
the way Alex Johnson. That's the way Alex Johnson looks at Liv Morgan.
It's supposed to be me.
That should be me. All right. Well,
it's supposed to be me.
Getting into our favorite year.
Favorite year, 2024, hands down. I feel like 2024 was definitely like her breakout year. You know what I mean? As far as like becoming a bigger name than she was previously. Like I said, I don't follow much NXT or whatever, but every time I watched NXT, she was on the show. It made me want to tune in and made me want to see what she was doing. So, I definitely got to go with 2024.
All right. What do you got, Dan?
I almost went with 2024 because that's what I was basically choosing all this stuff out of in that year. But I went with 2023 because it was more. It earned her. She earned her first singles title to begin with, and she really honed in on her skills because she finds out that she's a natural babyface. But in 2024, we had no idea that she could pull heel that well, so it was a surprise to us. But 2023 was like she had the tag team championships with Cora Jade, but when she got the first NXT title. It was really like, this is my show. Like, this is why I am the prodigy. And this is why my name is Roxanne Perez and I'm doing my shit.
And it was a good year, like I said in the beginning, with her babyface run. Like, she was just a great defending champion, and she established herself as somebody that is going to be the future of World Wrestling Entertainment. So I had to go with 2024 with her because the heel run was really, really good. And I enjoyed it.
I think that's when she faced Jordan Grace.
That was NXT Heat Wave.
That was, yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
But I just really enjoyed her as a heel. Like, she's good at doing both, but like, I don't know, 2024, like, just really good feuds, really good matches, and it felt like she was really getting comfortable with like what she was doing on TV.
Yep.
And then which led to a main roster call up. But let's get into our favorite rivalry.
Now I couldn't pick just one. I went with two. One just so happens hasn't happened yet, but it's one that it's gonna feed families. First one has to be Julia. I just liked everything that they did, and I feel like around this time, like Julia wasn't any hotter, and then obviously when she got called up to the main roster, she definitely cooled the fuck down. But I like this version of
# blame Road Dogg.
Yeah, blame Road Dogg. And then my second one is Liv Morgan, because we know that's going to be happening. So I see that being the WrestleMania match. I see it.
It's going to cook.
Liv Morgan versus Roxanne Perez for the Intercontinental Championship.
Yep, it's going to cook on all cylinders. I'm excited.
Anything she touches is gold, especially when she's actually touching gold. So I feel like that's going to work.
That's right.
Exactly. I did current favorite Jada Parker when they had a little quick feud. That segment alone that you have on the screen right now, Donnie, I was like, okay. I was intrigued. I'm interested. And I also did possible.
Dan Eddy wishes
your favorite. I wish I was everything. Possible new future favorite is going to be Liv Morgan. Because you can see it. You can see it. There's already cracks. There's already like little camera angles where you can see Roxanne and Raquel Rodriguez. Can't forget about her staring at Liv Morgan, because Liv Morgan and Raquel are best friends. And then Roxanne comes in, Liv leaves, and that's just gonna be.
They sort of replace
cracks.
Liv, and
yeah. And I was gonna say, I will say this:
cooking.
When it comes to the Liv Morgan, Raquel, Roxanne triangle, I do hope that Raquel, they have her in the middle all the way until WrestleMania, so that the match will be more unpredictable, because we don't know what direction she'll go in. But the direction I hope she goes in, she helps Roxanne, because I don't think Liv Morgan needs Raquel anymore. I think that Roxanne, like 1994 Shawn Michaels, could benefit having a Diesel like Roxanne.
Oh, like
the chemistry is pretty good too.
John Cena.
I feel like both Roxanne and or both Liv Morgan and Dom are gonna end up leaving the Judgment Day, and we're gonna get a massive babyface turn of Dominic Mysterio. That's what I'm predicting.
All right, well, getting into my favorite rivalry of Roxanne's, I had to go with her versus Bayley, which was like one of her first like main roster call-ups. Just the whole her dressing up as the Hugger Bayley was great. And they built some animosity there with the Royal Rumble and stuff. And I thought that this was a good way to bring Roxanne from NXT to the main roster without her like getting buried or getting lost in the shuffle. And Bayley's a veteran, so it's always good.
And I liked that promo when Bayley came over to NXT, and she was kind of like giving Roxanne her flowers and like saying, this company would be fine without you. You're going to do fine just in the main roster and blah, blah, blah. And Roxanne was like, shut the hell up. And basically just slapped the shit out of her. That was awesome.
All right. Well, now getting into dream opponents. And while you guys give your answers, I'm going to go take a piss, because I have been holding it for the last hour. So I'll let you guys talk about it. Of course, I always wash my hands, man. I'm not Daddy.
And don't shake it too long, because that means you're playing with it.
Yeah. 3 times you're playing too much. I am shocked that we had the same exact person too. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So my dream opponent has to be Lita from 2001. Like around that time, like, nothing was hotter than, Team Extreme and the Hardys and Lita, doing moonsaults and Hurricane Ranas or whatever. And like,
yeah,
I kind of feel like in a way like her and Roxanne Perez would have meshed well together.
I think so too. It's more like if you look at Roxanne Perez, you think more like a similar wrestling style to maybe Io, or maybe like Becky Lynch. But I went with Lita too, because she has like the grappling style, but then she's also a high flyer like Lita back in the day. So I did something specific, whereas the prime Lita, 2001, or give the year, but in a TLC match. And the more you think of it, the more it's like, okay, enough said. Like, there's really nothing to say about it. Roxanne Perez is going to do wonders, whether it's an exhibition match or like a triple threat match like she did with Fatal Attraction, or, I don't know what else she did. I think it was a Fatal 4-way too. But in a TLC match where she does go on the top rope and, does the flying moonsaults and a lot of his other moves, whereas Lita pretty much made her bank doing that too, along with the tornado DDT. No, not tornado DDT. What was her finishing move?
Twist of Fate.
Yeah, Twist of Fate. Thank you. Yeah, she made money with that. But Roxanne and Lita, I feel like it's just a dream match that we could never have, sadly. Oh.
I know, and you guys both like gave me the answers. Like for Lita, I was like, damn, that's a good one.
That made your job easy.
Well, very easy. I didn't even have to make a second graphic. But with our dream opponents, like, look at the new graphic. We got the We Are Wrestling logo right there in the middle.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Making it official, baby.
Interesting.
But getting into my dream opponent now for Roxanne, which, by the way, I feel so much better now. Which I never take pee breaks for Roxanne Perez matches. Just want to put that out there because we are putting
We're
her
usually
over.
This is our longest episode, I think.
Yeah, I knew with all the weekly news and rumors that was going to happen. But back to Roxanne, my dream match, I got Mercedes Moné.
Fucking knew it.
They got very similar wrestling styles, very scrappy attitude. I think that this would make such a great match.
You know,
honestly, I can't hate it.
Pick? You know who I was originally going to pick?
Who?
Trish Stratus. But I decided to go with Lita.
Lita was my first choice.
I don't know, Lita and Roxanne, that kind of fits better, I feel like. So that was a good answer by both of you.
That's why I went with Lita.
Yep, even Omar is thinking Roxanne versus Trish. But let's get into our what if scenario for Roxanne.
So my what if scenario is, everybody knows how over Rhea Ripley is. What if Roxanne, came over from NXT and absolutely fucking put WWE on fucking notice, and she had the popularity of somebody like a Rhea Ripley. You know what I mean? She's popular now, but I don't feel like she's even. I don't even think she's even close to how popular she was in NXT. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure. That is definitely an interesting what if.
I went with something similar in terms of the level of stardom Rhea Ripley is. What if she gets a major singles push as early as next year? You can't have somebody who's coined herself the Prodigy and be a behind the scenes member of the Judgment Day and just kind of wait for the cracks to fall with her, Raquel, and Liv. That's going to happen inevitably, but you have to have her do more. Maybe throw herself on the Dom more, or have more matches with, I don't know, other people outside the Judgment Day. She's proven she's capable of long matches. I didn't look at the stat, but I can probably find it and look like various wrestling styles. We were just talking, me and Danny, while you were gone, Donnie. She's a high flyer like Io Sky, but she's a kind of one of those wrestling grapplers, kind of like Becky Lynch, sort of, where she puts you in submissions. She can.
Her and Io that'd be a great feud, I feel like, on the main roster.
I was going to put that after I thought of Lita, and I'm like, nah, Lita's gonna stay.
I went with when I think of dream opponent, I think of an opponent that can't necessarily happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dream pipeline. Yeah. But in terms of what Roxanne could do, she's feisty. She's proved it that she could defend major titles. She's had the NXT title. She's had the women's tag team titles for 33 days. With Raquel, and that's just the beginning foundation of the feud that they're eventually, inevitably going to have. But what I was going to say is, what if she gets a major push this coming year, and maybe perhaps have a match on night one of WrestleMania? She deserves it. And this is not just me gooning over her. This is me, as a professional wrestling fan, I feel like she deserves it because she's had the push in NXT, and ever since she's come up to the main roster, she's had the feud with Bayley, which helped her get into familiarity, and she's had the Julia is now no longer U.S. champ, but she was a major champion in WWE. So she's had these feuds with every single person you can pick out of NXT, including Lyra Valkyria, and whenever Jada Parker gets her time to shine, She's had a feud with her. She's had a feud with Bailey. She's had
a lot of the future stars.
She's had interactions that with a lot of the future stars. Yeah, they're coming up in this next few years because they deserve them. Jada Parker. I know we're not putting her over, but she
how old is Roxanne again?
24.
And I think that this is going to happen. This will come to life. Absolutely.
She absolutely needs it. I'm thoroughly not. I mean, maybe a little bit, but absolutely not saying it because I'm gooning over her right now.
I think
that's kind of what my what if was.
Yeah, so with Roxanne, that's the thing too. Like, I do think eventually, like, she's a Royal Rumble or a Money in the Bank contract away from getting to this level right
Honestly,
here.
that was going to be my
she's somebody. Because what I want to say is as well, like, she's somebody that you could just put in a feud, whether you have her as a babyface or a heel. She works with anybody, and it works.
Yeah.
And we have seen it for the past since 2022, since she became the breakout star. So this is going to happen, and I hope it does. I really hope it does. She is the future of the business.
That was my what if too. Is I was going to say she'd be winning the Money in the Bank next year because you have people like Bianca Belair returning. You have
maybe this year.
Tiffany Stratton is going to do something later on. You have like these wrestlers that are planned out to do this and that. Roxanne Perez can fit in any of this. Like, she can be part of the AJ Lee and Becky Lynch feud later on, maybe be an interference because, like Danny was saying earlier, she idolized AJ Lee and CM Punk growing up.
She did.
Just throwing her something outside of just the Judgment Day and giving her the singles push, I guarantee you she's going to be a world champion.
Yeah, they gotta do that with her, I think, because they don't want her to get lost in the shuffle like Solo Sikoa did.
Honestly, this is one of my Ricky Knows Best Mount Rushmore. Like, I would die on that hill with Roxanne.
And you see, I can get behind that, but Jade Cargill, I can't. All right, my what if scenario, I had to go with
she's still champion.
What if she ended up signing with Impact Wrestling? Because there was a time where she was a rookie in the business, and I believe this is when she was the Ring of Honor Women's Champion, and she did have a title versus title match with Deonna Purrazzo, and during this time, she got a lot of momentum to where AEW and WWE were actually bidding for Roxanne, which she ended up going to the WWE, and honestly, it benefited her in the long run because, of course, she's having a very successful run. But here's the thing. You just said smart move. I think if Roxanne was in AEW, she easily would have been a world champion, I think, because she does fit that style of wrestling. Because she's somebody, like I said before, you put her in any scenario, like she just makes it work. And that's why she's so fucking talented.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I really do. My thing is,
you got to watch her Ring of Honor work to really know that, like, she would be a great fit in AEW.
My thing is,
I know Tony Khan's cooking. We've heard.
No. When that time comes for her to be at WrestleMania and to go for the WWE Women's title, I feel like that'll be such a bigger moment than anything she would have done in AEW or anywhere else.
Oh, absolutely, 1,000%. Oh, absolutely. She made the right choice. Definitely made the right choice. And I always say timing is everything, and it just happened to work out. But my what if is, what if like the TNA thing happened? Because I know in TNA wrestling throughout the years, even during the Impact era, with the knockouts, they've always established their own stars.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, well, what if she could have been in the position that Jordynne Grace got in? Because Jordynne Grace was wrestling a lot around this time as well.
Yeah.
But that is it, guys, for this week's Getting Put Over segment. We just put over Roxanne, and always been a fan of her, but I will say, Dan Eddy, I'm even more excited about the future of this woman because we actually got to sit here and talk and put her over. I've always known the future.
Need more flowers.
I will give you your flowers, but
I will gladly buy her both tomorrow.
But I've always been a big fan of hers, and I've always thought she is the future of the business. But now that we've actually sat here, we discussed this and talked about the accolades and the future of like her run that has the potential of being something huge. it makes me more excited going into
And people don't realize she has more title reigns than like a good chunk of the top female wrestlers in today. Like Raquel doesn't have a singles title ever. That's kind of hard to believe too.
I will say, like, it is good that she's with Judgment Day, because you got to think, like, even if people say like Judgment Day is cooled off, they're not as hot as they were. They're still regularly showcased in a lot of WWE programming. You know,
and that's why Lash Legend is good with Nia Jax, because she's showcased regularly on TV. Going back to last week's debate, but we're not going to do that because we're almost 4 hours into the show.
Why are you bringing bullshit?
All right, well,
eat my dinner.
I hope that we can just give our thoughts on this without arguing or anything, and then we can close off this episode of the pod with our We Are Wrestling main event topic. And I was under the weather over the weekend, so Danny, I'm going to kind of let you take the reins here, because I know you were very vocal in our group chat about this whole Netflix, Warner Brothers Discovery, AEW scenario that's happening. So I'll let you take it away. You are the champ.
I'm the champ, man. It's right here. It's too heavy to put on my shoulder. Plus, I have food right next to me, so I'm trying to keep it clean. So here's the deal. Okay, I want to say, over the weekend it came out that Netflix put in a bid to buy Warner Brothers Discovery for $82.7 billion. And obviously, the minute that got announced, everybody was like, oh my God, well, there goes AEW. You know, there's no way they can survive this because of, you know, WWE having ties and having a $5 billion streaming deal with Netflix. There's no way WWE allows Netflix to get in bed with AEW as well. Well, here's the thing. They are acquiring the Warner Brothers Discovery name in the IP as well as HBO Max, but the linear channels, they're not touching. They're not touching TBS. They're not touching TNT. So when this does go in, or when this does get into place, when it becomes finalized and everything, AEW more than likely will have to leave HBO Max because it'll be owned by Netflix. But they're still going to be on TBS, TNT, all that stuff. The thing is, we're not going to hear about much more. This is not going to be finalized for, I would say, close to 12 to 18 months. You know, this much money.
It doesn't happen overnight.
There's a lot of legal things that need to be, you know, the I's need to be dotted and the T's need to be crossed, so to speak. But I want to say 2-3 days later, it came out that Paramount put in a bid as well, and they outbid Netflix. I think they added $20 billion on top of the $82.7 billion in order to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery.
I was telling my fiance. Wait, real quick. I was telling my fiance about this, and I'm sorry for interrupting, but I was telling her that, like, we used to play Monopoly, like, as a game, like on the game board. Dude, these streaming networks right now, they're playing Monopoly with grenades and bombs and tanks. It's fucking nuts with all these, like, acquirements and stuff.
Yep. So Paramount, as of right now, they did outbid Netflix, but I haven't heard if Warner Brothers Discovery accepted their bid or not. I haven't heard any newer information or whatever. But this is gonna be a very slow and drawn out process. AEW is not going anywhere. AEW will be on HBO Max for at least the next year to 18 months. So, you know, people can stop with the whole AEW is dead. There you go. I will say, okay, AEW as a company is not that attractive to streaming networks and the buyers currently. You know, it seems like year over year they lose between 20 to 30% of their audience. You know, they went from, you know, getting 800,000 viewers only a year and a half, 2 years ago. Now they're only getting 500,000. Some Dynamites are getting, you know, between 425 to 450. I will say, and I'm very critical of AEW, and for good reason. I feel like with all this happening, TK really needs to buckle down. If he wants his company to survive this and be, and have another streaming service pick up AEW content, he needs to really buckle down and get his company in order and start building intrigue and start regaining the audience that they have lost. Because if they just keep going down and down and down and down and down and down, nobody's going to fucking want them because they're not going to be able to make money at the end of the day. It's all about money. It's all about what you can do for them. You know what I mean? If they don't see like there's going to be anything worth putting them on their platform, they're not going to do it. So TK really needs to buckle the fuck down and get his company back to where it should be.
Yeah, definitely needs to, because like Tony Khan, like AEW is still profitable, but they do have to figure out what they want to do here, because just in general, like you just never know what's going to happen. The ratings have declined, and the fans in the United States of America, they prefer storytelling over the New Japan style. Like I said, there's still a fan base for that out there, and AEW will probably still succeed. I'm sure like they'll pick up deals, but it might not be the deals that they're getting from Warner Brothers Discovery and the Turner networks. Like that wouldn't be the case. So like when it's all said and done, like when it comes to AEW and this whole thing, people need to pump the brakes and they need to realize that AEW is still under contract. They just re-signed with them all the way until I believe 2028. So AEW is not going anywhere. And they're still consistently getting pay-per-view buys, and they're doing very good in the pay-per-view market. And I think what AEW needs to do, man, the most storytelling that AEW does is on the pay-per-views. So like Tony Khan and AEW are capable of doing it. It's just a matter of when. Can we get this on our weekly television shows? Because I think if we can do that, ratings can increase. The pay-per-views are going to be on a whole nother level.
Well,
but Dan Eddy, I want to hear like your thoughts on like this whole like buying out thing. Coming from like somebody who doesn't watch AEW, that is a WWE fan, because I know a lot of WWE fans right now believe that this is the end for AEW because Netflix is trying to
and
take
that
it.
just goes to show how different WWE fans are. Like the IWC in general, they're so controversial. Some fans are huge WWE fans, but respect AEW like I do. Like I expect whatever AEW is doing. I'm not going to hate on it whatsoever, because like you said, Donnie, time and time again, it gives people opportunity for a job to pursue their wrestling career. So I'm not going to hate on that. In terms of saying like AEW is dead, the company's only been around for 6 years. Like they're just getting their ground up. They're just digging their feet into the ground and building this, sort of industry. It took WWE and WWF I don't say millions of years, but well over 30 fucking years to establish themselves. So in only due time, I don't see it killing out AEW in general just because both companies are going to be on the same streaming platform. I think it's just going to drive more competition, and you can say like the winner is going to beat out the other one, which is fine. It's a good observation. But in terms of the business wise, it's like actually really great for AEW, because in their eyes, it gives them a bigger atmosphere to showcase themselves instead of what channel are they on right now? I forget.
Currently on TNT and TBS, and they're also streaming on HBO Max.
Yeah, so unless you have a cable plan, you can't really get TNT, TBS, and if you have a streaming service of HBO Max, you can get that. I can get AEW, and even though I have a cable provider, my cable lineup does not include those two channels, ironically. But with this, if they go to Paramount and maybe you can stream it on Paramount Plus, anybody can get Paramount Plus for whatever it is a month and get access to AEW. The real fans. The real
The
fans are
Paramount
going to
deal,
still watch AEW.
I must say this. The Paramount deal, I think it would benefit AEW more than the Netflix deal by far.
Here's what I'll say with
Paramount has no wrestling channel on
Yeah,
the network.
isn't Paramount a Universal product? Universal owns Peacock. Peacock houses WWE and NXT content.
It ain't gonna affect them as much.
No, but Universal's not gonna pick up AEW because they have WWE.
I don't know, man. Paramount might because Netflix has Monday Night Raw.
It's not gonna
I think it's
happen.
a growth opportunity because
WWE's
it's
getting
just
away
like,
from Peacock.
like I said, in the ways of the business, it's the opportunity cost where if you find that the Paramount deal is better than Netflix deal, then whatever you're losing the Netflix deal, you're gaining the Paramount deal, with Paramount Plus being the bigger of the two streaming services, with AEW getting more of an opportunity to gain viewership and maintain viewership. It's and the little business 101, it's much more expensive to gain new customers instead of keeping the customers you have now. And that includes onboarding costs, marketing, promotional ideas, discounted items, whether you get a new Paramount Plus deal for, on a deal for like, $3 off the first 3 months, whatever, something like that. And then you get access to all this AEW stuff. And in terms of the other wrestling stuff, you get to watch WWE. It's any obstacle that a business finds is an opportunity. And that's the way you have to go about in this business. And that's why the IWC is so split between the two, because they don't see both sides. They see it as, AEW's got to be in this channel and WWE's got to be in this channel. AEW's got to be in this streaming platform, and then WWE's got to be in this entirely different streaming platform. It doesn't have to, it can't coexist. They think of them as total enemies, but in reality, wrestlers can go back and forth between the two companies themselves. If they sign a contract to AEW, that contract ends, and then they go to WWE, or vice versa. With the streaming platform wise, it's more so the only obstacle that AEW can have is that they see it as an obstacle. And if they are trying to directly compete against WWE, I mean, sadly, they are going to suffer from that. Whether or not they get shut down, who knows? But in terms of bringing viewership to the platform, that's what they're going to look at. And AEW has a following already because, like I said, they've been around for more than 6 years. They just had the 6-year anniversary not too long ago. And those diehard fans are going to still watch AEW, whereas we're going to still watch WWE regardless. But the difference between the two fans, and I'm almost done, hold on one point. But my last point is our WWE fans are controversial, but in a way that they still sort of respect the other wrestling companies. I still respect TNA. I never knew about TNA until recently. I never knew about AEW until recently. I'm going to check them out, and that brings viewership. Whereas I'm already watching WWE and Paramount Plus. AEW is already there. Let me get that a chance. It's like finding a new show on Netflix, because when you're watching, Stranger Things, it says, you may also like blah, blah, blah. Who knows? You might like that blah, blah, blah more than the show you're watching. Who knows?
And I will say my final thoughts, and this is going to be my final thoughts because we're really going into overtime here with the show.
New record! Woo!
Only you two would celebrate the new record. Rage right now would have broken his whole fucking PC. But my last thing I'm going to say about all of this here, and I'm going to keep this just nice, short, and sweet. As long as the WWE is thriving, there's going to be big television companies and streaming networks that are going to want to work with AEW because they see the success with WWE and they see the potential as a low risk, high reward type of situation. And I think that's why one of the big reasons why TNA, they got that AMC deal, because they see how well professional wrestling is doing in the 2020s, especially with the WWE right now with the TKO deal and the whole Netflix thing. This network, AMC, probably saw that and they said, let's give TNA a shot here because maybe this will fucking blow up, especially the fact that they work with the WWE. Like, this might do something. And I'm sure TNT, TBS, they wanted to take the chance with AEW because they haven't had professional wrestling on their network since 2001. And a lot of people came back to the network to watch AEW. So just in general, like as long as the WWE is thriving, man, TNA is going to be set. AEW is going to be really set because they have the money. So like we just need to hope that WWE continues to pick the momentum up because then everybody else is just going to fall in line. And that's all I got to say.
Yep.
Any final thoughts you have, Danny, before we close off this week's episode, or you got all your points across?
Pretty much all my points across. I don't think anybody should be worrying. It's going to be many months before anything is finalized, before anything happens. So just enjoy AEW while you have it on Max, because after that, we don't know where it's going.
Absolutely. And yeah, so we're just going to have to stay on top of this, and I'm sure we'll be covering it, and We Are Wrestling Extras, and even the flagship show with the pod.
If there's anything
that's live
major happening, we'll probably cover it in a future podcast.
Yep. But, yeah, so to all the We Are Wrestling Maniacs out there that listen to this entire podcast, you are a true We Are Wrestling Maniac. You deserve a thumbs up, and you deserve a gold sticker for listening to this entire pod.
You deserve one of Donnie's signed action figures.
Yeah, that is not happening. But a couple things I do want to plug. If you are here, or if you scrolled all the way to the end, just want to let you guys know that you have until Sunday to submit your John Cena tribute video, and to our email, wearewrestlingbrand@gmail.com. And if you want to be a part of the special tribute video that we're going to be putting together for next week's live episode of the We Are Wrestling podcast, our last one of 2025, dedicating it to the Never Seen 17, the greatest of all time, Mr. John Cena. If you want to be a part of the live episode of the We Are Wrestling podcast by doing this little tribute video, you can email it to wearewrestlingbrand@gmail.com. It is the pinned comment and the pinned post. But also, we do have plenty of entertaining vlogs if you guys haven't checked out. First House of Glory show, big event, New York, TNA Bound for Glory, and of course, Rod Buddy, WWE fans, first independent show. That is all up on the We Are Wrestling YouTube channel. And this Saturday afternoon, before the live watch along that, Danny, you're going to be doing on your channel, and we're going to be doing one here on the We Are Wrestling channel, because we're not going to miss this for a second. John Cena's last match in the afternoon, Saturday, Enfield, Connecticut. If you have nothing going on here in the Western Mass area, come out to Blitzkrieg Pro, which Angels with Filthy Souls and We Are Wrestling will be sponsoring a women's match. We have Spike versus Ali Ketch, and the doors open at 1:15. Bell time is 2. And if you bring a toy, because they are going to be, you can donate to the Toys for Tots, which you already know, I'm going to be definitely donating a lot of toys to it. You get a free autograph and a free picture with Heath Slater, who is going to be there.
Nice.
You got to support the man because he's got kids, man.
So you're supporting his kids.
If you guys enjoyed this week's episode of the We Are Wrestling podcast, make sure to smash that like button now. If you're not a We Are Wrestling Maniac yet already and you're listening to this episode, wherever you get your podcast, please leave us a 5-star review, not just any review, a best one review, and download. This episode really helps this podcast grow. If you're not following us over on Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok, we're posting clips from other interviewers and, of course, wrestling news and dedicating some stuff to John Cena and all that cool stuff over there. And you can even stay up to date with Danny shit-talking us on his streams. Subscribe, turn on the posts, notifications.
Oh, is your food gone? Is your food away now?
The links are down in the description box below. You can go follow myself over on my social medias, and you can get yourself a Grind is Real shirt or a Best One shirt for the holiday season. Makes the perfect gift. And you can even subscribe to my toy channel, Best One Donnie, because tomorrow and Friday, I am going to be doing a lot of toy videos because I need to get this damn studio cleaned. So links are down in the description box below. And I'll even be reviewing these figures that Hastel Toys sent me, which shout out to Mitch, one of our We Are Wrestling Maniacs. All the links are down in the description box below. Danny, He's live for all the additional weekly
I'm 3
shows.
subs away from 2,300, man. Subscribe to my channel.
Yep, and Danny is live. You get additional content that you're not getting here with the Monday Night Raws. Sometimes the NXTs, which he did miss last night, apparently. Friday Night SmackDown. And you do get the PLEs, of course, and the pay-per-views on Danny's streams. But the weekly shows you're not getting here on the We Are Wrestling channel, which is why you have to go over to his channel, which he does have it right there in his lower thirds. Link down below. Dan Eddy will be maybe next year. Next year, he's going to be live on his Twitch channel, and he's going to be doing content, hopefully. But if you want to go follow him on Instagram, maybe he'll accept you. Maybe he won't. The only way you can find out is by trying. Links down in the description box below. Even the We Are Wrestling
feel like I'm a
socials are
prom
down there.
date that might reject you or something.
Pro Wrestling Tees. All the links are down below. And of course, all the We Are Wrestling Maniacs out there worldwide. Wow, 4-hour episode. That will not happen next week because we will have an extra. We will have an extra next week for all the news while we dedicate our episode to Cena. And I'm going to have to start putting my foot down with you too.
At least
we are
doesn't hurt.
taking
It's
over.
all him.
I am
it's not
surprised.
me.
Now, I'm surprised I
It's not
haven't lost
me.
my voice yet. Peace.
See you guys.